Chapter 1271, where Yu Zhenbei's sword light rose, streams of graceful air currents gushed out. With the sword light as the center, they turned into an illusory figure. Under the envelopment of the illusory figure, the sword light turned into something that resembled a banner and an axe. The dark cosmic void was split apart by the sword light with the momentum of splitting the heavens and earth. Boundless astral winds appeared. The astral winds were between earlier and later heaven. They were warm, yet cold. Within the contradiction, boundless profundities and terrifying might were contained. It was the most powerful sword art of the jade clear lineage that had been created by the exalted gold luminary, the sword god Yin Shintong, and was currently being passed down in the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain's jade capital crag. Jade illusory heaven-opening sword. The pure sword light moved forward and clashed with the sword light of the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu. As the two clashed, the depth of their cultivation was revealed. Zhang Buxu, who had cultivated 4 types of immortal qis and fused them into one to refine his own immortal aura, emitted a terrifying aura as his sword light circulated. Milky white immortal aura surged around his body like smoke. Within the immortal aura, for streams of air flowed naturally. One stream of air flowed agilely. It was ever-changing, formless, and never-ending. One stream of air was bright and graceful. It was friendly and full of vigor. It was thick and lasting. One stream of air was neutral and peaceful. It seemed unrelated, but it was actually important. A stream of air was vicious and violent, murderous, swift, fierce, and vicious to the extreme. There were 5 qis in the immortal realm. Other than the righteous qi, the other 4 types of immortal qis have been refined by Zhang Buxu and fused into one. The immortal aura that was refined in such a manner was compatible with Zhang Buxu's prime, clear 7-chord sword supreme art's characteristic of graceful transformations. As Yu Zhenbei attacked with his sword, milky white immortal aura floated around his body. There were 3 streams of air circulating within the immortal aura that coiled around Yu Zhenbei's body. Other than the neutral and peaceful refreshing qi and the fierce and vicious qi, there was also the unwavering and firm righteous qi. Compared to Zhang Buxu, who had passed the pure profound tribulation thousands of years earlier than him, Yu Zhenbei had only refined 3 types of immortal qis. However, his sword light changed and moved freely. The majestic sword light transformed into fine threads and seeped into Zhang Buxu's sword light. Then, the seemingly weak sword light instantly turned from a mustard seed to a mountain. It regained its majestic aura that could devour the mountains and rivers and split the heavens and earth. It broke apart Zhang Buxu's prime, clear sword light from within. A single prime, clear sword light resembled a clump of primordial chaos. Then, clumps of primal chaos were slashed apart by Yu Zhenbei's sword light, turning into a separate heaven and earth. The process of creation was unfolding. Meanwhile, the prime clear sword light itself had dissipated into nothingness. Unlike Nie Jingxin's sword technique, which was fused with a unique understanding, Yu Zhenbei's jade illusory, heaven-opening sword was incomparably pure. He had comprehended the pure jade, illusion heaven-opening sword to a certain extreme. The changes in the sword technique were all condensed within the sword light. Within that small space, there was a myriad of phenomena. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and the others all sighed in admiration. This is truly 10,000 li of mountains and rivers where one stands. Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. After reaching a sufficiently high cultivation realm, a martial artist would be able to control their own power to the finest detail. However, the degree of mastery differed from person to person, and there would always be differences. Of all the people Yin Zhaoge currently knew who were at the same cultivation level, the 2 strongest in this area were his mother, Xue Chuqing, and the other was the nearby little sword god, Long Xueji. Not mentioning anything else, just by looking at their precise control over their own power, the 2 of them could be considered as top-notch. This could also be considered as one of the many aspects of martial arts talent. When Long Xueji was an exalt martial saint, his strength was so strong that high-grade sacred artifacts could only provide him limited help. Under normal circumstances, it would be normal for him to destroy a high-grade sacred artifact if he utilized his full strength. However, he could use an extremely ordinary green steel sword, which couldn't even be considered an artifact or a battle artifact, to perform the immortal ending sword, a prime clear sword art that was extremely brutal. Although it wasn't like the creation saber, which could only be unleashed and not retracted, the immortal ending sword's brutal nature was still a rare supreme martial art. Long Xueji's precise control over his power could be seen. Now, seeing Yu Jinbei unleashing his sword, Yin Zhaoge could also feel the profoundness within. For those who were infatuated with martial arts, it was a pleasure to see such fine and exquisite swordsmanship. Even Chun Qianhua and Long Xueji, who were fighting, were surprised. When Long Xueji, who was also proficient in martial arts, saw it, his eyes emitted a shocking light. No matter how intricate Zhang Buxu's sword art was, or how ruthless his sword intent was, Yu Jinbei was fearless. No matter how many swords you have, or how many variations you have, I only need to slash with a single sword, and I'll directly attack. Zhang Buxu's face was expressionless, and his gaze was focused. However, while he was focused, his gaze seemed a little illusory. Although they were both profound immortals, the strength of 3 qis was inferior compared to the strength of 4 qis. However, Yu Jinbei forcefully fought against him, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. Both of them were fighting to the death. The outcome of the battle depended on their performance. If Zhang Buxu wasn't careful, with 4 qis on his body, he might even be defeated by Yu Jinbei's sword. There was a difference in their realms, yet the outcome of the battle was like this. It could only mean that Yu Jinbei's attainments in the sword art was higher. Looking at the familiar jade, illusory heaven opening sword, some distant memories deep within Zhang Buxu's heart were awakened. In the past, there were 2 disciples who cultivated in the same sword art. They came from the world beyond worlds and rampaged through the roving jade heavens. They used their sword art to subdue one arrogant prime, clear sword cultivator after another. At that time, Zhang Buxu had yet to leave the roving jade heavens. He was also one of them. Then, he endured the unbearable humiliation together. Now, he actually felt like the past had resurfaced. Now, it wasn't like the past. Both of them were displaying their strengths. If they only competed in sword art like the past, the victor would have already been decided. As for the loser, he seemed to be the same as the past. Zhang Buxu's gaze turned cold. He calmed his mind and expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind. Then, he attacked Yu Jinbei with an overwhelming sword aura. Yu Jinbei's expression was still solemn. However, he wasn't tense at all. His heart was as calm as a lake. He only focused on attacking with the utmost sincerity of giving his all in every battle. With the momentum of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, he slashed through the prime, clear sword lights that seemed like a tsunami. Lofty sovereign, although we aren't from the same family, since you didn't leak the pill hall's matters to the immortal court heretics, we're still on the same side. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. It's all thanks to the roving Jade Heaven senior apprentice Uncle Long and senior apprentice Sister Yu that we could succeed this time. No matter what, the pill hall still ended up in the hands of the orthodox Taoism lineage. Before Zhang Buxu said anything, the hall spirit, awakened sky's cold and furious voice resounded between the heavens and earth. You put it nicely, but you're all selfish and treacherous. In the past, the heavenly court's divine palace perished due to internal strife. You guys will also end up the same way. This is your nature. You'll never change. Chapter 1272. Hearing the hall spirit's words, everyone was startled. From Yu Jinbei, Zhang Buxu, Nie Jingshun, Yu Yi, and even Mars Halberd, their faces were filled with astonishment. Even Chun Qianhua, who wasn't interested in most things under the heavens, was looking over with interest. His origin heavenly scripture allowed him to see everything in the past. However, due to his current cultivation realm, it was still limited. There were many secrets regarding the heavenly court's divine palace, which piqued Chun Qianhua's interest. However, among everyone, the one who was shocked the most was undoubtedly Yin Zhaoge. After hearing the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky's words, Yin Zhaoge's pupil shrunk. When the great calamity descended, the heavenly court's divine palace was the first to be destroyed. As a martial repository, he also suffered a calamity. It was one of the things that bothered Yin Zhaoge the most. At that time, his mind was immersed in the ocean of various supreme martial arts. When he regained his senses, the scene that filled his vision was the palm that seemed to be able to overturn the entire world. Under the palm, the great calamity seemed to have arrived. The world had changed from then on. While things had happened too suddenly, leaving him a little unable to recover from it, Yin Zhaoge had already thought about the events that had occurred that year many times over the years that he could clearly remember. The palm that symbolized the beginning of the great thousand universes' destruction, and the palm that landed on the heavenly court's divine palace, was most likely the handiwork of a Buddhism bigwig expert. Yin Zhaoge was confident that he wouldn't remember it wrongly. This seemed to be different from what the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit said. However, Yin Zhaoge felt that the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky, wasn't trying to distort the truth. He seemed to have blurted it out under a moment of despair and anger. Or, he didn't want to see Yin Zhaoge being complacent. Before the great calamity, although the Hall Spirit didn't have its own intelligence, it would leave behind traces of memories regarding the things that happened to its surroundings. Now that the Hall Spirit possessed its own intelligence and was no longer unconscious, these traces had become his memories. Both parties' memories were real, but they seemed contradictory. It wasn't certain which side was wrong. It was more likely that both parties had some sort of mismatch and deviation in their memories. In other words, both parties were feeling the elephant blindly and only came into contact with a part of the truth. You don't have to fabricate facts and make up stories to belittle us and elevate yourself. Yin Zhaoge pretended to be calm and provoked the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky. You've only just gained sentience, and you've been imitating us in every aspect. Yet, you've learned so much from us. Saying such words will only make you a laughingstock. In our eyes, you're just a joke. Oh, right, you know what monkey means, right? The Hall Spirit had already lost its true form. Its voice seemed to be coming from all directions within the Hall's universe. However, it was actually confined within the formation laid down by Yin Zhaoge and the others. He was so angry that he laughed. How would I not know what happened to my Awakened Sky Hall? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge had a thoughtful look on his face as he thought to himself, no wonder I, who was in the martial repository, knew nothing about it. In the blink of an eye, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He vaguely felt that many things were like a broken chain of beads, but now there seemed to be a thread connecting them. However, it would be difficult to get more information from the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky, in front of so many people. Yin Zhaoge's gaze became calm. He focused on dealing with the matter in front of him. With Yu Jinbei blocking Zhang Buxu and Long Xueji preventing Chun Qianhua from taking another step forward, Yin Zhaoge and the others were completely relieved. They could focus on dealing with the Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky. Awakened Sky was enraged. I'll never let you obtain my hall. The entire Pill Hall seemed to be trembling. However, the smoke was locked by the formation and couldn't move any further. Yin Zhaoge's hand seals changed continuously. He released seals one after another, which fell into the smoke. Yin Di, Nie Jingshun, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd also copied Yin Zhaoge's actions. They followed the technique he taught them and changed their hand seals. They released seals one after another, which merged into the smoke. As the smoke billowed, it slowly turned from a cloud of smoke into a flickering stream of light. Within the stream of light, a complicated scripture slowly appeared. Within the entire formation, the clouds were steaming, making it seem like a paradise. As the formation's power continued to circulate, it slowly reached its limit. The scripture within the stream of light became clearer and clearer. The Hall Spirit, Awakened Sky's voice resounded again. If that's the case, let's all perish together. When he spoke this time, his voice didn't contain any anger or unwillingness. However, it was unprecedentedly cold. The decisiveness within caused one's heart to freeze, and one's soul to feel like it was about to freeze. The scripture within the stream of light started shaking, as if a silk book was about to be torn apart. Within the vast hall's cosmos, the purple divine pavilion, which was the core, started shaking. It seemed like it was about to collapse from the inside out. Everyone's expression became serious. Being within the pill hall, if the pill hall were to completely collapse and be destroyed, other than Exalted Fire, Suo, Mingzhang, and a few others, the others might really be buried here. Yin Zhaoga's expression didn't change, and he shook his head. The profound sky purple golden furnace appeared. Yin Zhaoga pressed his palm downwards, and the huge furnace directly suppressed the scripture within the stream of light. Then, lines of scripture started being engraved on the furnace. With the furnace and the scripture as the center, countless radiances shot out in all directions. They exited the formation and spread throughout the entire hall's cosmos. They could be seen everywhere. Affected by this, the cosmos void outside of the formation became chaotic. Even Yu Zhenbei, Zhang Buxu, Long Xueji, and Chun Qianhua, who were fighting against each other, couldn't stand still and were lost within the cosmos void. If one were to look from outside the hall, they would see that the black hall was slowly losing its jet-white appearance. Rays of golden lights shone, and purple chi appeared. The huge hall's doors suddenly opened, and streams of air gushed out from within. Along with the streams of air gushing out, many silhouettes flew out from within. Some were chasing, and some were escaping. Then, they disappeared into the true, boundless void's outskirts. Within the hall, within the chaotic cosmos, only the formation set up by Yin Zhaoga and the others remained stable. Within the formation, the hall spirit, Awakened Sky's unresigned voice could be heard as it slowly went further away, until it was completely cut off. Yin Zhaoga took a deep breath and stepped forward. He arrived in front of the profound sky purple golden furnace and extended both of his hands forward. One of his fingers was placed in between his brows, while the other hand was placed on the furnace. The profound scripture engraved on the furnace seemed to have come alive as it shone with radiance. It flowed along Yin Zhaoga's palm and spread out like flowing water. It arrived in between Yin Zhaoga's brows and disappeared. "Duo!" Yin Zhaoga yelled softly. The formation that the five of them were in flickered with brilliance. However, after the scenery in front of everyone had stabilized, they were already within the pill hall's core hub, the purple divine pavilion. Yin Di and the others looked at each other and let out a sigh of relief. They knew what this meant. Yin Zhaoga had already gained initial control over this hall. Chapter 1273. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yin Zhaoga pressed one of his hands on the profound sky purple golden furnace, while his other hand's index finger was placed in between his brows. Within the purple divine pavilion, 9 radiances lit up. They were arranged according to the 9-palace grid, and the radiances were all concentrated on Yin Zhaoga's body. Yin Zhaoga started feeling that his mind was slowly establishing a connection with the entire hall. As this process progressed, the chaotic cosmos space within the pill hall slowly regained its stability. The huge hall's door closed. Golden radiances and purple smokes filled the hall, making it seem as if the hall was made entirely out of white jade. It looked more and more like a heavenly realm. If it wasn't for this lonely hall with no other buildings around it, everything would seem like the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity had reappeared. Yin Zhaoga's expression was solemn. He wasn't complacent at all. As he gained control over the pill hall, the first thing he did was to retract its aura and radiance. He didn't wish for the pill hall that he worked so hard to obtain to be taken advantage of by others. He couldn't afford to underestimate bigwig experts like the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, especially the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. More and more clues about what happened in the past were gathered. Although it was still like looking at flowers through a fog, Yin Zhaoga already had some ideas. The immeasurable heavenly Lord might not have been born after the great calamity. At the very least, he might have already started analyzing the treasured lights imbued with faith power. He might have been transformed by a Taoism heavenly Lord. From the looks of it now, this Taoism heavenly Lord was a bigwig within the heavenly court's divine palace. Because of that, the chaos started from within the heavenly court's divine palace. After that, with the intervention of Buddhism, it became more and more intense until it was out of control. Yin Zhaoge wasn't sure about the exact details. When he completely gained control over the pill hall, he might be able to reconstruct the scene from that day. The hall spirit, awakened sky, wanted to perish together with his enemies. In the end, he was restrained by Yin Zhaoge and couldn't harm Yin Zhaoge and the others. In the end, only he perished and vanished. Although he couldn't obtain more information, Yin Zhaoge didn't mind it. He could slowly deduce what he wanted from the pill hall itself. The outsider would only be able to freely control the pill hall after the hall spirit with its own intelligence had perished. If the hall spirit didn't perish, Yin Zhaoge would deal with it after interrogating it. Otherwise, he would have just gone home, washed up, and slept. There was no need for him to work so hard. As for the fact that they were once spirits of the Hall Spirit Pavilion and were now meeting each other from the same hometown, that was a complete joke. Not mentioning the fact that the two of them didn't have any relationship with each other. If the Pill Hall's Hall Spirit knew that Yin Zhaoge was the Scripture Storage Pavilion Spirit in his previous life, the Awakened Sky Hall Spirit's first thought would be to capture Yin Zhaoge alive and squeeze out all the information from his brain due to the huge difference in their cultivation realms. Yeah, during the great calamity that year, this pill hall was also affected and suffered some damage. Yin Zhaoge carefully felt around. Now, he had a clearer understanding of the overall situation of the pill hall. Although the cause of the chaos back then, and the fuse that ignited the fuse seemed to be in this pill hall, the conflict quickly spread to other places. Instead, this place was better preserved. The destructive palm that descended from the sky didn't hit the pill hall directly. The area around the Marshall Repository where I was previously seemed to be where that palm directly landed. Thinking about it, Yin Zhaoge could not help but roll his eyes. The 9 rays of light in the purple divine pavilion gradually faded. Yin Zhaoge and the others had already removed the formation. Previously, the fake body created by the pill hall's hall spirit using the divine pills and treasures in the hall had already disintegrated from its human form. It transformed into numerous spirit pills and miraculous medicines, and then transformed into rays of lights. As the formation changed, these lights were circling around the profound sky, purple golden furnace that was engraved with scriptures. After Yin Zhaoge and the others removed the formation, the lights turned into wisps of smoke and dispersed towards the 5 of them. Other than Mars Halberd, who was an immortal artifact, Yin Zhaoge and the others moved their noses and inhaled the smoke that floated in front of them. Even with their cultivation, it was hard for them to refine all the medicinal power within a short period of time. I don't need it, and Mingzhong doesn't need it either. Just keep it, said Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd was a leakless immortal artifact, and not a true immortal emperor. The divine pills and miraculous medicines that were beneficial to humans were useless to him. As for exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong, he didn't care about these things. He didn't care about the pill hall and the treasures within it. Thanks to Exalted Fire's timely arrival. Thank you, Senior. Yin Zhaoge and the others nodded towards Mars Halberd and swallowed all the medicinal qi within the purple divine pavilion. Such a majestic elixir essence was undoubtedly a great opportunity, a great fortune. Other than Yin Zhaoge, who was busy refining the pill hall, the other 3 sat down with their legs crossed. They started to cultivate their qi and absorb the medicinal power. I'll leave the following matters to you, said Yin Di. Yin Zhaoge nodded, don't worry. As he willed, the huge immortal palace in the void's boundless outskirts gradually became faintly discernible. In the end, it disappeared within the vast universe. After entering such a drifting state, Yin Zhaoge didn't stop. He stood in the purple divine pavilion and wrote runes after runes in the air. The runes condensed and turned into 3 shining Dao talismans, which flew out of the hall. After doing all this, Yin Zhaoge continued refining the pill hall with peace of mind. As he occupied the purple divine pavilion and gradually gained control over the main hall, more and more important information started to gather there. For example, other than the control of the pill hall, the most important thing in the purple divine pavilion was the large amount of pill formulas. In the past, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had been accumulating and perfecting the pill formulas of divine pills and spirit pills. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, not all the pill formulas could be transformed into real spirit pills. However, only a part of them could be turned into a huge amount of wealth. Yin Zhaoge had never seen a part of the precious pill formulas in the Martial Collection Pavilion. Only the pill hall had them. While analyzing these pill formulas, Yin Zhaoge felt like he was wandering in the sea of books when he was in the Martial Collection Pavilion. In addition, there were many finished spirit pills and spirit pills in the pill hall. There were many precious medicinal herbs that had gone extinct after the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge only had one feeling now. He became rich overnight. He had really become rich this time. After a short while, 2 Dao talismans flew back from outside. When Yin Zhaoge saw them, he lightly patted the profound sky purple golden furnace. As the furnace trembled, the door of the pill hall opened, and vast streams of air gushed out from within. The streams of air rolled and retracted within the void, bringing 2 people back. However, it messed up the cosmos void outside once again. If someone wanted to follow them, they would lose track of their target after being obstructed like this. As for the 2 people, they flowed back into the pill hall along with the retracted streams of air. The white jade hall's door closed once again and disappeared within the dark cosmos void. The 2 stood still within the hall. They were Yu Jinbei and Long Xueji. Chapter 1274. The 3 talismans that Yin Zhaoge released earlier were given to Yu Jinbei, Long Xueji, and the Exalted Fire, Suo Mingzhong. Although Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone was expelled by the pill hall previously, he didn't need Yin Zhaoge to bring him back. He could just return to the Dao universe and the world beyond worlds. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long. Seeing the 2, Yin Zhaoge instantly smiled, greeting them. At this moment, Yin Di, Niet Jingshun, and Yu Yi stopped their breathing and greeted him. Looking at the Sword Sovereign, Yu Junbei, Yin Zhaoge, and Yin Di both felt emotional. All these years, thanks to Jade Capital Crag's care, we have also brought much trouble to Jade Capital Crag because of us father and son. I have always wanted to meet Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu, yet never had the chance. Who would have thought that we would finally meet again today? Yin Zhaoge sighed. It's fine. Facing Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, Yu Jinbei's expression remained solemn. However, his gaze became much gentler. Yu Jinbei looked at Yin Di, and then looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yu Jinbei's emotions were even more than theirs. At this moment, the Sword Emperor felt as if he had seen his master from the past once again appearing before him. His many years of waiting had finally paid off. Yu Jinbei's heart surged, and his lips moved. However, the words that came out of his mouth were completely different. His tone was very solemn. Although we are reunited, the world is getting more and more difficult. Don't be careless. The earthly sovereign has passed the profound origin tribulation. Yin Zhaoge and the others exchanged looks as they vaguely guessed what the Sword Sovereign was implying. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, said slowly, "That's right. The earthly sovereign has already passed the profound origin tribulation and achieved the 5 Qis unification. He has reached the level of a grand virtual immortal." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge and the others all nodded, not speaking. If Exalted Fire Luminary Suo Mingzhong hadn't made a big mess in the land of the Immortal Court, earthly sovereign Jiangshun would have already returned to the world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call him the earthly sovereign. The Saturn Heavenly Monarch should be his current title. Or rather, it would be more appropriate to call him the title he used in his early years, the Exalted Earth Luminary. Jiangshun, who had become a Lord of Heaven, could not be defeated by Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign even if they joined hands. Although the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong had achieved the virtual immortal realm of 5 Qis unification earlier than Jiang Shun, Yin Zhaoge and the others wouldn't be blindly optimistic because of this. Suo Mingzhong had his own problems. As expected, Sword Sovereign continued. The exalted fire luminary's strength is undeniable. However, this time, the matter has become too big. He seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. In the encirclement of the original nebula and the subsequent great battle, 3 heretic heavenly lords had already died in the hands of exalted fire luminary. All the heretic experts who had participated in the siege against exalted wood luminary and were still alive were all killed by exalted fire luminary. Yu Jinbei's tone was calm. However, everyone present could feel the iron-blooded aura rushing towards them. Long Xueji slowly nodded his head. A well-deserved reputation. So many Immortal Court experts had already been killed by Suo Mingzhong, not to mention how horrifying the formation of those who had chased after him was. Previously, the Immortal Court had sent people to encircle the original nebula and sent all the experts who had participated in the pursuit of exalted wood luminary. On one hand, it was because they were relatively familiar with the environment of the original nebula. On the other hand, it was to act as bait to restrain Suo Mingzhong. They wanted Suo Mingzhong to fight to the death and achieve their goal of killing Suo Mingzhong. However, in the end, the bait was swallowed, the net was broken, and the fish didn't die. Suo Mingzhong withstood the layers of encirclement and ambush and killed the target he wanted to kill. After that, he took revenge for Xiao Junwang and rushed out. After that, he even got rid of his pursuers and rushed to the pill hall. It was just like what he had promised Yin Zhaoge. Even the heretic heavenly lord experts couldn't stop exalted fire luminary, said Sword Sovereign slowly. The higher the realm of cultivation, the greater the gap of strength brought by the difference in realm. When one reached the heavenly lord level, even the heretic heavenly lords couldn't be underestimated. Yin Di and the others were all praising Senior's elegance. We all look forward to it, Yin Zhaoge said softly. However, if that's the case, the entire Immortal Court would be shaken. They would launch an even larger scale of revenge in an attempt to kill exalted fire luminary. Previously, we had to be wary of the actions of the blessed lands. Now, I'm afraid we have to invest more forces. I wonder if the immeasurable heavenly lord would personally take action? Sword Sovereign said, we can't be sure if the immeasurable heavenly lord would take action. However, under the immeasurable heavenly lord, there would definitely be more heavenly lord experts coming out. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and said, for the heretics now, you and your mother, Snow Crane, aren't their most pressing targets anymore. Exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhong was. Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but feel a little weird. Previously, he was still thinking of ways to seek help from the exalted fire luminary. Now, he was the one who might be affected by the fire at the city gate. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, no matter what, he still had to face what he had to face. If the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhong, could deal with the trouble brought by the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, then the Immortal Court would definitely pose a greater threat. In fact, the Immortal Court might even cause trouble for them in an attempt to capture Suo Mingzhong. To him and the broad Creed Mountain, Jiang Shun himself was already a huge threat. Not to mention, it was still hard to tell what the legendary North Star Emperor's attitude was. The situation has completely changed, the Sword Sovereign said in the end. Everyone present, including Long Xueji of the roving Jade Heavens, nodded in their hearts. The situation had indeed changed. Because of Suo Mingzhong, the current problem was no longer the internal conflicts and conflicts within the world beyond worlds. The flames of war had spread, and the situation had completely gone out of control. It had already evolved into a storm that might engulf the entire Dao universe. In such a perilous situation, no one dared to guarantee the direction of history. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm. He looked around and felt his connection with the pill hall. After pondering for a while, the radiance in his eyes gradually became sharper. He always had a special plan and thought about the pill hall. Because there were too many obstacles within, his confidence was limited. That was why he had planned to slowly arrange everything. However, this plan might have to be changed now, and he might have to start in advance. Life and death were nothing to him. Fight if you're not satisfied. Yin Zhaoge turned his head to look at Long Xueji and said in a deep voice, "Senior apprentice Uncle Long, I have to rely on you and senior apprentice Sister Yu's help to reap the pill hall. Not to mention the fact that the formation lacked one person. Yi only managed to gather 5 people. It was all thanks to Long Xueji that they managed to intercept Chun Qianhua. The roving Jade Heavens can use the various treasures within the pill hall, as well as the unique pill formulas stored within." Yin Zhaoge said, "However, I have great use for the pill hall itself. Please forgive me." Senior apprentice Uncle Long Xueji, shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Little Yi had already obtained a lot of benefits. Our trip here wasn't in vain. If you didn't have a way to subdue that hall spirit, the outcome of this trip might be different. P.S. I recommend a new book. The title is Vanguard Throne by Long Wind. It's a hot-blooded military genre. Those who are interested can take a look." Chapter 1275. Due to the interference of the exalted fire, Suo, Mingzhong, and the white deer demon, the roving Jade Heavens would be like trying to fish chestnuts out of the fire. The lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, had some hope. It was also a coincidence. He hoped to take advantage of Yin Zhaoge and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to subdue the pill hall's hall spirit. Without Yin Zhaoge's sudden appearance, the final victor would still be decided between Suo Mingzhong, the white deer demon, and the pill hall's hall spirit. As long as the Immortal Court's people didn't chase after them within a short period of time, the final victor would most likely be Suo Mingzhong. Long Xueji was quite competitive when it came to fighting against others, especially against those with outstanding swordsmanship. However, when it came to other matters, such as treasures and opportunities, he was very open-minded. If that's the case, thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Long Xueji. Under his control, the pill hall floated by the void's outskirts, trying to find a path to return to the Tao universe. While walking, everyone was chatting. Yin Zhaoge, Niet Jingshun, and the others also told the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, about everything that had happened in the world beyond worlds. Although they had contacted each other before, the information they exchanged was still relatively simple. How could it be compared to their current face-to-face conversation? Yin Zhaoge and the others had also gained a lot from Yu Zhenbei. The most important one was naturally the exalted Earth Luminary, Jiangshun, achieving the 5 Qis unification realm, successfully passing through the profound origin tribulation and becoming a grand virtual immortal, the heavenly monarch. Relatively speaking, the better news was that the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong, had wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, causing the Immortal Court's experts to be enraged. They started to hunt him down. However, as a result, the Immortal Court's old enemy, the blessed lands of Buddhism, naturally noticed the changes in the Immortal Court's universe. When they were still in the original nebula, some bigwigs from the blessed lands went to investigate. After confirming that the Immortal Court didn't purposely set up a perilous zone, the blessed lands of Buddhism naturally wouldn't let go of this chance. The conflict between Buddhism and Taoism that had gradually calmed down started to erupt again recently. If the Immortal Court could deal with Suo Mingzhong in a short period of time, they could adjust their forces and deal with the threat from the Blessed Lands. Although he was forced to fight, he didn't lose his sense of propriety. However, it didn't manage to do anything to the exalted fire. Instead, they were even killed by the exalted fire and escaped the encirclement. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This is very awkward. Therefore, the attack of the blessed land of Buddhism could turn into a prairie fire and sweep across the Immortal Court at any time. However, the actions of the heretics didn't become more intense as expected. The Sword Emperor said calmly, "There must be a deeper reason behind this. It would definitely not be the Immortal Court compromising with the Pure Land. Even if they temporarily tolerated Suo Mingzhong, it was impossible for the immortal court to give in to the Pure Land. As such, the reason why the Pure Land didn't take advantage of the situation was worth pondering. The immortal court heretics have helpers or allies? Yin Di frowned. The demon race? Everyone pondered. It's not impossible. The demon race had been silent for a long time, and now it seemed to be a fact without a doubt. The only thing to worry about was what they wanted to do and what they were planning in secret. Were they allies of the immortal court, or did they have other plans? Yin Zhaoge kept pondering, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He felt that the situation before him was getting more and more unpredictable. Long Shuiji brought Yu Yi and greeted Yu Jinbei, senior apprentice brother Yu, senior apprentice uncle Yu. Yu Yi didn't get distracted this time. Instead, she curiously looked at Yu Jinbei. Previously, when the Sword Emperor fought against the Lofty Sovereign and the Jade Clear Heaven Opening Sword fought against the Prime Clear World Extinguishing Sword, the boundless profundities within were a feast for her eyes. The Sword Emperor, Yu Jinbei, had a deep grudge against the Prime Clear Lineage martial art practitioners. However, he was still rather friendly towards the Dragon Spring Emperor's descendant. You're welcome. I'm happy that Senior Apprentice Uncle Long has a successor. How is Senior Apprentice Uncle doing? Long Shueji answered. Before we left the roving Jade Heavens, Father was still in seclusion. Senior Profound Sovereign, Gao, is still in seclusion? Asked Yu Jinbei. That's right. Long Shueji nodded. Yu Jinbei said, Li Ziting is most likely in seclusion as well, right? Zhang Buxu had already left the roving Jade Heavens for many years. Did only the two of you come from the roving Jade Heavens this time? Hearing his words, Yu Yi blinked her eyes. The so-called Li Ziting was the master of the Profound Sovereign, Lofty Sovereign, and the others the old Grandmaster of the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign. Her surname was Li, and her title was Practitioner's Eating. However, the title of Li Ziting was only used by those who were on the same level as her. Yu Jinbei was also a profound immortal sovereign, so it wasn't a problem for him to address her as such. However, there was a huge gap between their ages. With Yu Jinbei's upright personality, it was rare for him to be so impolite. However, his expression was calm, and his tone was natural, without any abnormalities. Just from this alone, one could tell how bad their relationship was. After Yu Jinbei's master, the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong perished, the Vine Sovereign belittled Yin Xintong due to Di Qinglian's death. She also hated the Jade Capital Crag's lineage. As such, not only did the Vine Sovereign hate Yu Jinbei, but Yu Jinbei also disliked the Vine Sovereign. Other than us, Daoist Cloud Conquest, and his disciple Nine Heavens are here as well. Long Shueji wasn't surprised by this, and answered calmly. Daoist Cloud Conquest is here as well. Yu Jinbei nodded and said, however, if he wasn't confident of taking control of the entire Pill Hall, he wouldn't have revealed his sword for today's matter. Hearing the word revealed, Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. As expected, the Cloud Emperor is nurturing his sword. You fought with him? Long Shueji looked at Yin Zhaoge with a surprised expression. The Cloud Emperor didn't use the Clear Accomplishment Sword. We only exchanged a few moves, said Yin Zhaoge with a smile. Although he didn't mention the outcome, everyone knew that Yin Zhaoge didn't suffer any losses from his relaxed expression. In fact, he might even have the upper hand. Although the Cloud Conquest Emperor was nurturing his sword, his strength was extremely strong. Among the true immortals, no one was his match. Nurturing his sword wasn't about preserving his strength. This was a secret ancient art of the Prime Clear lineage. When a sword cultivator had the ability to break through, he would intentionally suppress and nurture his sword intent and heart chi. Once he revealed his sword intent, his cultivation would immediately increase by another level. At the same time, with a deeper accumulation, it would be beneficial for him to rush toward the higher realm. At the moment when he just broke through, his long-suppressed intent would explode. His first sword would be the strongest under the heavens. However, it wouldn't affect the martial art cultivator's full strength before breaking through. That was why Yin Zhaoga's victory over the Cloud Conquest Emperor still caught the attention of Yu Zhenbei and the others. The sheathed edge and nurturing sword were extremely difficult to cultivate. If one wasn't careful, one might become crippled. They would be stuck in their current realm for the rest of their lives and wouldn't be able to progress any further. Since ancient times, the Prime Clear lineage's experts who cultivated this art were extremely rare. However, the Cloud Emperor isn't the only one cultivating this art in the roving Jade Heavens. Yin Zhaoga asked with interest, are Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao also cultivating this art? Chapter 1276. Although they were brothers, the age difference between Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji was quite huge. Gao Xuebua could be considered as the oldest martial saint in the roving Jade Heavens. In terms of age, even if he was younger than the world beyond world's Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengsheng, he was still considered a senior. Wang Zhengsheng had old injuries, which was why he stayed in the mortal realm. If he tried to push open the immortal door and undergo the immortal mortal tribulation, other than dying, there was no other possibility. If it wasn't for the numerous life-prolonging pills and medicines, his lifespan might have already reached its end. As for Gao Xuebua, he had already ascended to the human exalt realm for many years. Then, he remained stagnant. Long Xueji, who was much younger than him, had already successfully pushed open the immortal door and surpassed him. Even the juniors, He Mian and Yi, had already reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm and stood side by side with him. When Yin Zhaoga saw Gao Xuebua the last time, he had a faint guess that he was nurturing his sword like the Cloud Conquest Emperor. The Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan, was also in the same situation. However, a guess was just a guess, and it might not be accurate. The three of them might have already exhausted their potential, and their current cultivation realm would be their final pinnacle. However, after personally interacting with the Cloud Conquest Emperor and Gao Xuebua, Yin Zhaoga felt that they shouldn't be like that. Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Junior Apprentice Brother Gao are also cultivating the Prime Clear ancient art, sheathe edge, and nurture the sword. The sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, answered Yin Zhaoga's question. Yin Zhaoga nodded. As expected, the same martial arts, the same environment, and the same conditions, different people's achievements would be different. If the cultivation of supreme martial arts, the cultivation environment, the guidance of famous teachers, sufficient resources, and many other external factors were taken into account, the heights that different people could reach might be as different as the heavens and the earth. Why was it said that living a long life didn't mean that one would be strong? It was because many people couldn't continue breaking through their bottlenecks after reaching a certain height in their cultivation path. In the remaining years of their lives, if there weren't any huge changes, they could only stop at their current realm until their lifespan came to an end. Ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes. No matter if it was the prosperous era of martial arts before the Great Calamity or the era after the Great Calamity, it was always the same. Of course, the longer one lived, the more hope there would be. There was a higher possibility of encountering opportunities that one never imagined before, allowing them to miraculously break through their bottlenecks. But that was a rare case. The problem most people faced was that even celestial realm experts had different lifespans. The earlier one reached a higher realm, the more time they would have to work hard and search for the possibility of further breakthroughs. As such, Yin Zhaoga, Yin Di, Niet Jingshen, Chun Xianhua, Long Xueji, Yi He Mian, and the others were hailed as heaven's favored ones, destined to become legends. On one hand, it was because they were able to reach such a high realm at such a young age, which meant that they had great potential and wouldn't stop so easily. On the one hand, it was also because they had more time to work hard. However, things were hard to predict. It was normal for one to suddenly stop at a bottleneck for 1,000 years, or even longer after advancing by leaps and bounds in the past. Therefore, no one dared to be careless on the path of martial arts. They all moved forward devoutly and diligently. The ancient art of the Prime Clear lineage, sheathe edge and nurture the sword, was created by senior sword cultivators specialized in the art of killing, which was inferior to the art of health in the first place. Even if there were specialized methods to nourish one's health, one would still be at a disadvantage in terms of lifespan when fighting against others. While one's combat prowess was strong and incisive, there was also a negative side effect, which was the difficulty of breaking through realms. Among the three clear lineages, the difficulty of breaking through realms was the highest for the prime clear lineage. Before pushing open the immortal door, the situation was slightly more optimistic. However, after becoming an immortal, especially when a true immortal was breaking through to the profound immortal realm, the difficulty would be much higher. After all, the first type of immortal chi that a true immortal emperor refined was either evil chi or righteous chi. If other conditions were the same, martial art practitioners that cultivated one of these two types of immortal chi would have the highest combat prowess. However, these two types of immortal chi were also the hardest to fuse with other immortal chis to form immortal aura. The most typical example of how difficult sword cultivators were to improve was none other than Yin Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong. Yin Xintong was known as the sword god. In the past, he was one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries. His strength was outstanding. However, among the 9 of them, he was the last to pass through the pure profound tribulation and become a profound immortal. Although the prime clear lineage's secret sword nurturing art would cause martial art practitioners to stay in their current realm for a longer period of time, even later than other martial art practitioners of the same cultivation path. After breaking through to the next realm, their subsequent cultivation would save a lot of time, and they would have a higher chance of breaking through to the next realm. The help would vary from person to person, and there would also be a limit to it. However, it was extremely difficult to improve further. When an expert reached a higher realm, even the slightest bit of help would be extremely precious if they wanted to continue improving. Only this sheathed edge nurturing sword art had an extremely huge risk. Throughout history, there were many prime, clear experts that failed to nurture their sword and ended up breaking their own cultivation. The martial art practitioners would have to make the choice themselves. If they didn't nurture their sword, after breaking through to the next realm normally, they might still be far away from the next realm after 1,000 years of hard work. By nurturing their sword, they would temporarily hold back and stay in their current realm for 1,000 years. After breaking through, they might be one step closer to the next realm. However, they would have to bear the risk. Of course, those who had the ability to walk on this path didn't have to. It depended on the individual's will and environmental conditions. If they stayed in their current realm for a long period of time, it would cause their strength to stay in their current realm. If the external environment was dangerous, it would be difficult. If the roving Jade Heavens didn't have the profound and Vine Sovereigns, the Dragon Spring Emperor and the Cloud Conquest Emperor wouldn't be able to nurture their swords for 1,000 years. In the long years after the Great Calamity, the prime clear lineage had lost many experts when they fought against the immortal Quartz heretics due to their aggressive and forceful style. After that, they also experienced a split similar to the World Beyond Worlds. Fortunately, compared to the World Beyond Worlds, there were fewer peak experts that left the roving Jade Heavens. That was why the roving Jade Heavens still had its current state. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult if their vitality was greatly damaged. Chun Qianhua obtained the heaven-opening scripture and pushed open the immortal door. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, suddenly recalled something. He glanced at everyone and finally stopped at Long Xueji. Previously, when Long Xueji and Chun Qianhua were fighting in the pill hall, the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxu appeared, and Yu Jinbei arrived a little later. Although Yu Jinbei focused his attention on fighting against Zhang Buxu, he could tell the changes in Chun Qianhua when he saw the battle between Long Xueji and Chun Qianhua. It's the heaven-opening scripture. Long Xueji nodded. Also, he should have learned the heaven-opening scripture first, and then passed the immortal mortal tribulation. Yu Jinbei's expression turned serious. After pondering for a while, he turned around and looked at Yin Zhaoge and the others. He said, just like what you said, the things that happened in the world beyond worlds and Elder Yang's actions in the restful immortal valley, I'm afraid that Chun Xianhua obtaining the heaven-opening scripture was also his doing. Chapter 1277. Chun Xianhua's strength had always been outstanding. After obtaining the heaven-opening scripture, he had obtained all 10 primordial heavenly scriptures except for the peerless heavenly scripture. His strength immediately increased once again. Long Xueji, who was equally as famous as him and had even pushed open the gate of immortality earlier than him, had found it difficult to fight against him just now. The prime clear swordsmanship was a clear counter to the primordial later heaven 6 scriptures. In front of the numinous treasure 4 swords, the defensive power of the foundation of the world that was powerful compared to other supreme martial arts was like paper. In fact, it might not even be as effective as a single Xiantian supreme martial art, like the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Chun Xianhua did not intend to defend himself. Instead, he merged the earlier heaven scriptures into one, manifesting the boundless power of splitting the heavens as he fought Long Xueji's attacks head-on. He had just recently cultivated the heaven-opening scripture, and there were still some unsatisfactory areas. He was no match for Long Xueji's thoroughly tempered prime, clear sword arts. However, with the assistance of the origin heavenly scripture, Long Xueji would not be able to gain any advantage. The immortal exterminating sword that could destroy all arts was similar to the Tai Ching Tai Fist. It could dispel the origin heavenly scripture's prime to a certain extent, but it could not completely block it. Thus, Long Xueji often had the feeling that his movements were within the opponent's expectations. Fortunately, the 4 swords of numinous treasure were extremely fierce and unstoppable. Most of the time, Chun Xianhua could only evade them in advance when he saw them, but he couldn't forcefully resolve them. But even so, Long Xueji faintly felt that his hands and feet were tied, and he was unable to display his full strength in this battle. Could it be that Chun Xianhua was groomed by the concealed sovereign in the first place? Long Xueji asked Yin Zhaoge and the others. After Yin Zhaoge and Yu Zhenbei looked at each other, he answered, "We can't be sure yet. However, the two of them should have some sort of relationship. The concealed sovereign should be paying more attention to Chun Xianhua. If that's the case, he will be able to pass the heaven-opening scripture to Chun Xianhua when he needs it, even if he's still in seclusion within the restful immortal valley. If the concealed sovereign also cultivates the origin heavenly scripture, then we have no choice but to guard against him." Long Xueji nodded. The concealed sovereign, Yangtze's cultivation realm, was currently higher than Chun Xianhua's. Naturally, he would be able to see more things through the primordial heavenly scripture. However, if the concealed sovereign really cultivated the origin heavenly scripture, then he would definitely clash with Chun Xianhua in the future. The origin heavenly scripture could be cultivated by many people, but in the end, only one person could cultivate it to the great accomplishment level. Whoever succeeded first would block the path of the others. However, that was something that would happen much later. After discussing for a while, Yin Di, Nye Jingshun, and Yu Yi sat in a lotus position within the hall. They breathed in and out quietly, refining the pill qi essences they had previously consumed. Yin Zhaoge was still exploring the inside and outside of the pill hall to strengthen his control over it. Yin Zhaoge had already sent a message to the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhang. Suo Mingzhang did not come to meet them, but he sent a reply. Previously, the people of the immortal court had arrived a step later. However, they had still reached the outskirts where the pill hall was previously located. In the end, they bumped into Suo Mingzhang again. Suo Mingzhang led the other party away and expressed that there was no need for Yin Zhaoge and the others to wait for him. He would make a trip to the world beyond worlds later on. After returning to the Tao universe from the void's outskirts, Long Xueji bid farewell to Yu Yi and returned to the roving Jade Heavens. Yin Zhaoge's group returned to the world beyond worlds. In the vast 9 underworlds, the black demonic aura spread everywhere, and there were traces of mournful red lights constantly flashing. The vastness of the 9 underworlds seemed to be boundless. As they went deeper and deeper, they passed through layers of space and arrived at its core. Within the scorched lands of the devilish domain, an ocean suddenly appeared. The seawater was pitch black and was as smooth as a mirror. No waves could be seen, as if it was a solidified land. This devilish sea was so vast that it couldn't be measured using ordinary distances. It seemed like it could contain an infinite amount of heaven and earth. Even worlds like the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens could be directly stored inside. They were more than enough. Here, it was peaceful and quiet. It wasn't like the devilish chi that was rampaging everywhere, and it was vicious and evil. However, there seemed to be a deeper level of terror contained within. Countless top-notch great devils of the 9 underworlds didn't dare to approach it recklessly. Beneath the calm black sea surface, space folded and fluctuated, making it hard to determine its depth. In this place, there wasn't any distinction of up, down, left, or right. However, if one went downwards, there would be layers and layers of profound worlds. Just like the illusory 33 heavens or the 9 levels of the heavenly imperial court. However, compared to the up there, this place was constantly downwards. The deeper one went, the more profound and ancient it would be, and it would captivate one's soul. Within this devilish sea, there was a space that was completely empty. There was only an ancient tree standing there. This ancient tree seemed to have died a long time ago. The crown of the tree was bald, and all the leaves had fallen off. Only oddly shaped branches were left. However, under the ancient tree, there was a huge shade. From the shadow of this ancient tree, there was actually a strange vitality, as if there were countless lives that were active within it. There seemed to be no concept of time within the devilish sea. The shadow under the ancient tree suddenly moved and disappeared from the ground. Only the shadowless, withered old tree was left standing at the same place. When the shadow appeared again, it had already arrived at another space within the devilish sea. This space was completely different from the devilish sea and the entire 9 underworlds. This place was like the human world. There wasn't a single trace related to devils. One world after another was densely packed like the stars in the sky. In each world, there were countless living beings living and thriving. The shadow wasn't surprised at all, and it entered one of the worlds. In the continuous mountain range, the grass was long, and the birds were flying. The spring sunlight was bright, and it made people feel like they had returned to the human world. On the waist of an inconspicuous mountain, there was a stream flowing in the mountain. There was a huge rock beside the stream, and the moss was green. An old man was lying on the rock, and he was dozing off. When a shadow appeared in front of him, the old man opened his eyes and stretched his body lazily. "Did you find her?" The shadow landed on the ground and merged with the shadow of the huge rock that the old man was lying on. A voice resounded from the shadow. "I'm too late. She escaped. We've always been the ones mixing sand into the human world. This time, someone is mixing sand into our world. It's rare." The old man smiled. A voice resounded from the shadow. "We'll catch her. She hasn't matured yet. Something happened to her. If you want to find her, you might as well go to the world beyond worlds of the 3 clear lineage. She should be thinking about returning there." The old man said, "It's not peaceful there now. The situation is chaotic, and everyone is attacking each other. It's inevitable that they will neglect their guard against us." The shadow said, "That's what I'm thinking. Other than her, there are a few other things that I need to do together. It's good to do one thing at a time. Even if you can't do it, don't be impatient. There's still a long way to go, and we shouldn't waste time." The old man laid on the huge rock again. "If you stay there for too long, you might be targeted." Of course. After saying that, the shadow shook slightly and disappeared from this world. The old man closed his eyes and continued to rest. After a long period of wandering, Yin Zhaoge drove the pill hall back to the world beyond worlds. The pill hall was left by Yin Zhaoge in the cosmic void outside of the world beyond worlds. Yin Di and Ye Jingshen were currently cultivating in seclusion within the pill hall. Yin Zhaoge and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, returned to the world beyond worlds together. Mobile users, please browse M. Reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 1278. Genius in a second to remember. If you like it, go. To provide you with exciting novels to read. After the two arrived at the world beyond worlds, the first thing they confirmed was that the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshun, had yet to return. After making an appointment to meet Astro's sovereign in the restful Immortal Valley, Yin Zhaoge and Sword Sovereign separated. One returned to the Broad Creed Mountain in the eastern Vast Heaven territory, while the other returned to the Jade Capital Crag in the northern high peak of the Kunlun Mountain. The current political situation was in chaos, and the implications were extensive. No one could see the future clearly. If Yin Zhaoge and the others wanted to safely tide through this great tribulation, they would naturally have to make proper preparations. Arriving at Broad Creed Mountain and seeing Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, Yin Zhaoge roughly explained the situation to them. Of course, he avoided the immortal court heretics and the immeasurable heavenly lord, and only referred to them as powerful enemies. After understanding the general situation, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others realized the seriousness of the problem. My father is currently in seclusion within the pill hall. Please take charge of the situation, Grandmaster. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and said. He himself had to make preparations and was unable to remain in Broad Creed Mountain for long. After sending the others away, he asked, Zhaoge, do you have any thoughts again? Yin Zhaoge nodded. It is still too early to say it now, and I also do not have full confidence. I can only say that I will try. The enemy's momentum is great, and they are coming with great ferocity. They won't be willing to give up easily. Even if we're able to deal with the exalted Earth luminary and the concealed sovereign, we will still be stuck in a predicament. In order to avoid the final outcome of sitting still and waiting for death, we can only find another way, Yin Zhaoge said softly. With this matter being of great importance, we still have to act in secret lest news of it leak out. Love, go little say, net chu. He roughly explained his plan, and Yuan Zhengfeng's face revealed a shocked expression. You're actually going to be so generous? No wonder even you don't have enough confidence. The old chief nodded slowly. You are rather evasive with regards to your enemy's background. It must be the enemy that the Southeastern Exalt and the others mentioned back then. This old man has yet to reach the martial saint realm, which is why you speak so cautiously. Go ahead and do it. This old man will help you. Yin Zhaoge said, Thank you, Grandmaster. After discussing with Yuan Zhengfeng for a while longer, Yin Zhaoge came out, Ahu already standing guard outside the hall. Ahu, go to the Dragon Butterfly Valley and prepare some things for me. I'll be there soon. Yin Zhaoge instructed, When you go, make a trip to Yuanzhou City and Ashao AI to head to Dragon Butterfly Valley together with you. I still have something for you to do when the time comes. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's solemn tone, Ahu immediately answered solemnly, Yes, young master. After watching Ahu leave, Yin Zhaoge went to see his mother, Xue Chuqing. Senior Mars Halberd had already mentioned the death of Great Grandmaster when he came to the world beyond worlds. Xue Chuqing's expression was calm. She held Yin Zhaoge's hand and sat down. Then she said quietly, However, time was pressing at that time. Senior Mars Halberd only mentioned it in a hurry. Tell me the details when you are free. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I will start from the beginning and ask you to look into it. One of the mother and son spoke tirelessly, while the other listened quietly. In the end, Yin Zhaoge said, You can take out your area latitude formation again. After the Astro Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds and provided the method to locate the exalted fire, Xue Chuqing had stopped setting up the area latitude formation. After all, this formation was related to the exalted solar luminary Gao Han, which might be part of his scheme. Now that Yin Zhaoge mentioned the past again, Xue Chuqing, who already knew of his plan, immediately understood. Using this area latitude formation to conceal our true intentions? That's right. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Xue Chuqing nodded and said, I'll handle this personally. Otherwise, it would really benefit someone else. After this is done, you can directly go to the pill hall and meet up with Father. Yin Zhaoge said, Although the enemy's biggest target is the exalted fire, the enemy also wants to get rid of the two of us. After discussing with Xue Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge didn't delay any longer. After bidding farewell to Shui Chuqing, he went to the back mountain of the broad Creed Mountain. With a focused gaze, he wrote complicated spirit patterns in the air one after another. Numerous spirit patterns took form within the void. Then, they fell onto the ground and disappeared. Compared to how he had laid down formations in the past, Yin Zhaoge's actions this time were much slower. Halfway through, he even stopped and pondered several times. In the end, when everything was completed, he even felt a little dejected. After silently resting for a while, Yin Zhaoge stood up and left the back mountain of the broad Creed Mountain. His next destination was the central June Heaven Territory's Kunlun Mountains Dragon Butterfly Valley. Ahu and Xiao AI were already waiting there. Create a new batch of token plates and distribute them to the guests of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. While Yin Zhaoge was working, he said to Ahu and Xiao AI to say that new functions have been added. This was also the truth. When he first created the token plates, Yin Zhaoge had left some of the special functions of the token plates unadded. They were specially left for future upgrades. At that time, he might not have planned for today. However, Yin Zhaoge did have the thought of being prepared. Even if he didn't use it, he could still earn some money from it. Now it will be put to use. There would indeed be new functions. However, the more important functions would not be revealed to others. Young Master, you've actually become an Exalt Martial Saint upon your return. You're going to scare a lot of people to death. Ahu helped by the side and chuckled. Originally, there was a new list of Exalts of 10 territories. Now that you've returned, everything should be restarted. Oh, Yin Zhaoge thought for a while. A new list of Exalts of 10 territories? Does that mean that Qilin Cliffs Li Juanxin and Ingenious Flying Peaks, Hishixing, have both ascended to the human immortal realm? The world beyond worlds did not receive the news of Yin Zhaoge breaking through to the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm. However, the news of the Heavenly Young Master, Chun Xianhua, successfully pushing open the immortal door gradually spread, causing everyone to tacitly agree that the position of the upper Exalt was empty. Including Wang Zhengsheng, who had died in Yin Zhaoge's hands, at least 2 positions of the Exalts of 10 territories were empty. This was under the situation where everyone tacitly agreed that Yin Di had filled the vacancy of the Eastern Exalt. That's right. Embracing Taiji Mister, he from Ingenious Flying Peaks, Red Lotus Cliff, and Earth Spirit Lord, Li Juanxin from Qilin Cliff, have ascended to the position of supremacy. Xiao AI also said Li Juanxin was slightly earlier. About a month after his breakthrough, Mr. He also successfully took that step. Now, the rumor that most people believe is that Li Juanxin will replace his master Wang Zhengsheng as the Earth Supreme, and Mr. He will leave Kunlun Mountain to take over the position of his Southern Supreme, and Mr. Nia will become the new Upper Supreme. Xiao AI counted on her fingers as she said, "There is also another saying that Mr. He would head east and take over the position of the Eastern Exalt, with the son-in-law becoming the new Upper Exalt." Ishixing's relationship with Broad Creed Mountain's lineage was not bad, but the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory was currently Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters. With outsiders guarding it, no one would be willing to be a decoration like Nie Jingshin. Of course, this was just everyone's guess. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would have to decide on the true position. It was just that the current situation in the world beyond worlds, I don't really care about this matter. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Moreover, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Exalts of 10 territories. The world beyond worlds' original structure is already gone. Chapter 1279. One of the world beyond worlds' 5 emperors, the Candle Sunlight Emperor, had already perished because of me and Mars Halberd. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Although Chun Xianhua had pushed open the door to immortality, that person was not easy to deal with. He smiled. "No wonder you don't care about it, young master. This fixed situation was broken because of you. How could you care about it?" It was more like a mockery for someone who had personally broken the fixed situation of the world beyond worlds to be listed as one of the 10 Exalts. The one being mocked was not Yin Zhaoge, but the entire world beyond worlds. It's still too early to say that it has been broken. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly and appeared to be in a daze. However, if this plan succeeds, everything in the past would probably be gone forever. Xiao AI said, "In recent years, experts have also appeared in the world beyond worlds." Yin Zhaoge smiled. Indeed, objectively speaking, while it was a coincidence that so many geniuses had appeared, it was also inevitable that the world beyond worlds had developed steadily for many years, and its environment was favorable for the growth of talents. In recent years, new geniuses had indeed appeared endlessly in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge and Long Xueji of the roving Jade Heavens aside, peerless geniuses like Chun Qianhua and Ye Jingxin had also appeared in the world beyond worlds. Other than that, Li Juanxin, He Shixing, Qing Shuzi, as well as Fu Ting and the others who came later were all outstanding geniuses. Looking further back, the Southwestern Exalt by Tao and the Northwestern Exalt Lian Zilin of the 10 Exalts had also risen in recent years. In recent years, the world beyond worlds talents had been surging like a geyser. Chen Qianhua had ascended to immortality. Nie Jingshun, Li Juanxin, and He Shixing had all broken through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm, becoming human exalts. If Yin Zhaoge and his father were included, even if the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, and the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had already perished, the world beyond worlds still had more than 10 human exalts. As compared to immortal realm experts, martial saints were weaker in terms of longevity and ability to withstand risks. Therefore, whether they had died a natural death or an unnatural death, the world beyond worlds 10 exalts had already gone through many generations over the millennia. Other than the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, who had remained as stable as Mount Tai, the other positions had already been changed more than once. An extremely small number of people with outstanding talent, strength, and fortuitous encounters pushed open the immortal door and stepped into another world. However, the vast majority of people could not escape the wind. They were always blown away by the wind and rain. Someone like the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng, who could extend his lifespan, was an extremely rare exception. It was due to external factors as well as personal reasons. Gao Shuobo, who was much younger than him, had been nurturing his sword for so long, and he had almost reached the limit of his lifespan. Compared to ordinary people, a powerful martial artist's lifespan was undoubtedly much longer. But aging was still a great fear, far greater than death itself. Those with great strength and remarkable abilities could not avoid the day when they would grow old one day. Watching oneself decline step by step without being able to stop it, this helpless process was the most torturous. Actually, the exalted Earth luminary had already reached the end of his life. However, he had succeeded in advancing his 5 Qis unification and ascended to the profound immortal realm. His lifespan had been greatly extended. When mentioning this enemy, Yin Zhaoge's tone was very calm. After all, he's an old man who had lived through the great calamity. Among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shun, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, were all people who had lived before the great calamity. They were fortunate enough to survive the great calamity. As for the other 5, they were only born after the great calamity. Compared to Jiang Shun and the others, they were considered juniors. Similarly, the roving Jade Heavens Vine Sovereign was also lucky enough to escape from the great calamity. However, he made us sad after becoming a virtual immortal. Young master, said Ahual, gritting his teeth. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "This can't be helped. There's no way in this world that only allows us to improve, while others can't improve at all." While chatting with Ahu, Xiao AI, and the others, Yin Zhaoge didn't slow down at all. He continued forging token plates one after another. After he was done, he handed the token plates to Xiao AI. Quickly distribute them and make them look more natural. Rest assured, young master, I know what to do. Xiao AI received the token plates and said straightforwardly. Yin Zhaoge nodded and looked at Ahu. Tidy up this place. Send the more important things back to the Broadcree Mountain. Ahu's expression turned even more solemn. Yes, young master. Yin Zhaoga's instructions undoubtedly meant that there would be a huge change in the future. They had to go all out and prepare for it. After instructing Xiao, Ai, and Ahu, Yin Zhaoga exited the Dragon Butterfly Valley and headed towards the distance. He traversed through the Kunlun mountain range's lofty mountains and headed towards his next destination, restful Immortal Valley. The concealed sovereign, Yangtze's Dao Arena. When he neared the valley, Yin Zhaoga saw a sword intense, soaring towards the skies from afar. The sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei, had already arrived. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoga entered the restful Immortal Valley. As expected, the frozen scene in the past couldn't be seen anymore. There weren't many people in the valley to begin with. Currently, the Dao children had already been dismissed. Before Yin Zhaoga arrived, there were only 3 people in the valley. One of them was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He wore a light blue robe with white decorations on the outside. His snow-white hair draped behind his back. The other one was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. His facial features were ordinary, and his figure was average. The third person wore a high crown and ancient attire. He also appeared to be in his 40s. His face was calm, and his gaze was sharp like a lone mountain. Although there were only 3 of them, they far surpassed an army of thousands. They were 3 profound, immortal sovereigns. Moreover, they were experts whose names have been immortalized throughout the history of the world beyond worlds. Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong. Concealed Sovereign, Yang Su. Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei. Sensing Yin Zhaoga's arrival, the 3 sovereigns looked towards him at the same time. 3 sovereigns, this junior greets you. Yin Zhaoga's expression was calm as he greeted the 3. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, looked at Yin Zhaoga and praised. All of your acupoints have already seen divinity, and your internal universe is complete. You've reached the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, the Human Exalt realm. How long has it been since we last met? Even those who possess wisdom from their past life wouldn't be able to reach such a height, right? I dare not say anything before the Great Calamity. However, after the Great Calamity, your improvement speed is probably second to none. Even the heretics can't compare to your improvement speed. When Yin Zhaoga heard this, he smiled slightly. You flatter me, concealed sovereign. I only came here today to not miss this grand occasion. You could just pretend that I'm not here. Grand occasion. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, turned his head and looked at the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong. He said, that's fine too much. Let's fulfill our battle agreement today. Chun Xuanzong's expression was as calm as water. Please. As he said this, the entire world suddenly became bone-piercingly cold. Chapter 1280. The exalted Earth Luminary, Jiang Shun, had yet to return. Instead, the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, had returned to the world beyond worlds. As such, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, couldn't continue to stay in the restful Immortal Valley while facing the pressure from both the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign. If the concealed sovereign still refused to meet them, then the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign would be able to break through the restful Immortal Valley together. Therefore, Yangtze had no choice but to leave the mountain and fight against Astro's sovereign who had been waiting for him. Ever since he broke free from the ice seal in the land of Tranquil Stream, the Astro sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to release the air of injustice that had been sealed in ice for 1,000 years. Astro's sovereign didn't do anything, but the cold waves covered the restful Immortal Valley again. The heaven and earth domain above everyone's head directly opened, revealing the pitch-black cosmic void. If 2 peak profound immortal experts were to go all out in a great battle, even the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds wouldn't be able to bear it. After the battle, at least half of the world beyond worlds would be destroyed. In order to prevent people from being plunged into misery and suffering, it was naturally best for the battlefield to be suspended in the void outside the domain. Since he had decided to fight against Astro's sovereign, concealed sovereign didn't hesitate anymore. He flew up and left the world beyond worlds. He stayed in the void of the universe and waited for Astro Sovereign quietly. In my opinion, it's still too early to fight, fellow cultivator Chun. The concealed sovereign smiled amicably. However, the situation is unpredictable. Now that the time is ripe, we have no choice but to fight. Since that's the case, let's fight. The concealed sovereign. Yangtze's expression was calm. He ignored the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei and Yin Zhaoge on the other side. He immediately extended his hand and slammed his palm towards the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong. Under this palm, the sun and moon lost their light. A terrifying aura that blotted out the sun expanded in an instant, enveloping the entire sky. The concealed sovereign, who seemed to be helpless and passive just a moment ago, and whose momentum had been seized by the Astro Sovereign, suddenly turned the tables. Enveloped by his palm, even the spectating Yin Zhaoge and the Sword Sovereign felt their vision darken as the world lost its luster. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, who was secretive and always moved around like an undercurrent, had taken the initiative with his first move. The terrifying palm strike was incomparably overbearing, as if a divine king had descended into the world and was sending down heavenly punishment, causing the entire world to tremble and be in a state of anxiety. It was the exalted, concealed luminary's heaven-shrouding palm that had once shaken the world. His palm struck out, covering the sky with a single hand. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. What he was more concerned about was that apart from concealed sovereign Yangtze's palm, there were lumps of bluish-black fog surging between the 5 fingers of the palm that covered the sky. A feather fan was faintly discernible in the deep bluish-black fog. It overlapped with the concealed sovereign's palm as if they had become one. The concept contained within was secretive, serene, profound, and ruthless. Tranquil level immortal weapon, heaven-shrouding fan. The concealed sovereign Yangtze's palm strike had fused the power of his treasures into one. He had used his full strength. Facing this incomparably domineering and violent palm, the Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong, who seemed to have lost the initiative, didn't have any change in expression. The broken cold saber, which was as famous as the heaven-shrouding fan, appeared in his hand. Chun Xuanzong held his blade horizontally. The 2-foot-long white jade broken blade hovered in front of his chest. It was just a simple action, but boundless cold air erupted from his body, instantly turning into snow and ice that filled the void of this part of the universe. The ice and snow rapidly condensed, forming a long river that surged and extended continuously. As this long river extended, it froze. In the end, the huge glacier that had once left a deep impression on Yin Zhaoge and filled the entire universe appeared once again. The concealed sovereign's heaven-shrouding palm landed on the glacier. In an instant, cracks appeared on the glacier. It was shaking as if it was about to collapse. However, the Astro Sovereign calmly held his saber and stood there without moving. Streams of icy cold air surged and continuously strengthened the shattered glacier. This allowed the glacier to remain standing under the shroud of darkness that covered the entire sky. At this moment, both sides entered a temporary stalemate. Great Frozen 7 Arts, 4th Art, Frigid Long River. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei murmured. The Cold Wave Temple's lineage was a supreme art that the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, had obtained by combining the heaven-opening scripture with his own martial arts. Among them, the profound, chill divine saber was famous throughout the ages. The water that opened the heavens existed between the earlier and the later. It contained boundless warmth of vitality, but also boundless coldness of killing intent. As for the Great Frozen 7 Arts, it was a peerless supreme art that was further nurtured after the profound, chill divine saber was activated to its limits. The 4th art, Frigid Long River, was the only purely defensive art among the 7 arts. Once it was activated, it would transform into boundless glaciers. It would freeze the enemy's attacks and protect the user. Yin Zhaoge looked at the glaciers that were continuously shattering and solidifying. He nodded slightly, Now there's still the fifth art, ice river thawing. Although the frigid long river was purely a defensive art and didn't have any offensive capabilities, it wasn't just defending passively. Instead, it was attacking while defending. Under the glaciers, the undercurrent was surging. The intensity of the undercurrent was even more intense than the normal surging river. After the great frozen four art, frigid long river, the fifth art, ice river thawing followed closely. The raging tides turned from darkness to light. It broke through the frozen glaciers on its own accord and unleashed a horrifying power that could shatter the vacuum to counterattack the enemy. As such, although the concealed sovereign had the upper hand and was in a disadvantageous position, as long as the concealed sovereign couldn't completely break through the frigid long river's defense, he would have to face the ice river thawing's counterattack in no time. Within the dark blue darkness, the concealed sovereign, Yangtze's expression was calm. His understanding of Chen Xuanzong was even greater than Yin Zhaoge and Yuzhenbei. The ice river thawing, the glaciers shattered, and the saber intent even slashed the void apart. Yangtze was very clear about the horrifying concept. As such, his heaven-covering palm's power seemed to be endless, and it kept suppressing the glaciers. The dark blue light seemed to have a life of its own. It continuously seeped into the glaciers and corroded them. Although the glaciers that were tainted by the dark light didn't melt, they seemed to be no longer under the Astro Sovereign's control. The concealed sovereign wasn't giving the ice river a chance to thaw. If you dare to counterattack, then we'll fight each other with our attacks, and both of us will suffer. Compared to the Astro Sovereign who had hidden injuries, the concealed sovereign didn't mind exchanging injuries for injuries. However, within the stalemate, the concealed sovereign's expression suddenly changed. In the cosmic void that was originally hard to differentiate between up and down, there seemed to be a boundary between the heavens and the earth. Boundless icy rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops enveloped the two who were fighting. Each raindrop was like a blade's edge. The airtight saber light that filled the sky was like a rainstorm, and it slashed towards the concealed sovereign. Great frozen seven arts. Second art, sky full of frost. Sky full of frost. Upon seeing this, the concealed sovereign's eyes flashed. His body was completely enveloped by a layer of darkness, and he was surrounded by the boundless corrosive power. The blade that was formed by the ice and snow entered the darkness, and instantly disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely silent. However, under the influence of this, the suppression and corrosion of the glaciers below him suddenly slowed down. At this moment, the Astro Sovereign's white jade broken saber that was placed horizontally in front of his chest was swung forward. This saber didn't seem to have any changes, and it was going straight forward. What it possessed was only the domineering and sharpness of the world. Wherever the blade passed, the glaciers would shatter. Without a sound, the world was like a mirror that was shattered, and it shattered along with the glaciers. The Ice River thawed. Chapter 1281. Activating the K to dim encompassing mantra, concealed Sovereign Yangtze forcefully withstood the Astro Sovereign's boundless wind frost. The vast corrosive power corroded and devoured the blade formed by the ice, protecting Yangtze from getting injured. However, this way, the heaven-enveloping palm that was used to suppress the Astro Sovereign was inevitably affected. The palm power was still surging, as if it was boundless. However, his domineering aura and sharpness had suffered setback. If it was any other opponent, it wouldn't matter. However, what kind of person was the Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong? The current situation was created by him using the boundless wind frost. Now that the fleeting opportunity had arrived, how could he not grasp it? In an instant, Chen Xuanzong switched from defense to offense. The fifth art of the great frozen, unfreezing river didn't have to be performed after the fourth art, the frigid long river. However, after the accumulation of the frigid long river, the power of the unfreezing river would undoubtedly rise to a higher level. The Astro Sovereign waved his blade and switched from defense to offense, forcefully repelling the concealed sovereign's heaven-enveloping palm. Seeing this, the concealed sovereign Yang Su wasn't discouraged. Using the K to dim encompassing mantra to protect himself, it devoured and dispelled the ice and coldness. At this moment, the 2 feet-long white jade-broken blade was dancing in the void like ice and snow. It swept up the snowstorm and immediately counterattacked. The treasure blade in the Astro's sovereign Chun Xuanzong's hand, broken cold wave, was like an illusion that melted into the ice and snow. The blade's edge was faintly discernible. When it was hidden, it was hard to grasp. When it appeared, it was as violent as a huge avalanche. Among the great frozen 7 arts, the first art, Dance of Heavenly Frost, and the third art, Impermanent Snow, were fused by Chun Xuanzong into a single blade. Carrying the explosive power of the unfreezing river, it swept towards the concealed sovereign Yang Su. When the counterattack arrived, Chun Xuanzong's violent and prolonged attack was even more ferocious than Yang Su's heaven-enveloping palm. The concealed sovereign Yang Su's expression was calm. He didn't feel annoyed or unwilling to miss the opportunity. All of his supreme arts originated from the combination of other top-notch martial arts and the Jade Clear Heaven opening scripture. However, it was different from the profound, cold divine saber that could produce the water that opened the heavens, the yin-yang earth-heaven breaking hammer that could produce the earth that opened the heavens, the jade illusory heaven opening sword that could produce the wind that opened the heavens, and so on. The concealed sovereign's Kata Dim encompassing mantra was able to produce the scene before the heavens were opened. In terms of concept, it was similar to when the Tai Tai fist went all out to defend. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, had an astounding body of martial arts, and his heaven-engulfing palm was not the only one. The power of the heaven-covering palm was obvious, and everyone could feel it. As for the other powerful techniques of the concealed sovereign, it wasn't so obvious. It looked ordinary, but by the time the opponent realized it, it was already too late to stop. Just like him as a person, at this moment, he changed from attacking to defending. He used the Kata Dim encompassing mantra to defend himself. With both offense and defense, he made himself impregnable to resist the continuous and violent attacks of Astro Sovereign. Heavenly frost snow dance, wind and frost fill the sky. Unpredictable snow, frozen river thaw. Yang calculated in his heart. There is still the 6th art, 3 feet of frost, and the last art, the eternal silence of heaven and earth. The martial arts of the Astro Sovereign were extremely chilly. The power of coldness wouldn't dissipate for a long time, and would remain in the void for a long time. When the enemy fought with it, the coldness of the blade would continuously corrode the enemy. It was like maggots in the bones, and it was hard to remove it. Most of the people who fought with the martial artists of the Cold Wave Temple would have to endure the torture of the coldness. Only a few of them could get rid of the coldness. Normally, they would have to find a safe and secluded place after the battle and focus on getting rid of the coldness. The longer the fight, the deeper the accumulation of the coldness would be. It would affect the martial artist imperceptibly and weaken his vitality and strength. As for the 6th art of the Great Frozen, 3 feet of frost, its original meaning was derived from the fact that 3 feet of frost wasn't built in a day. This art wasn't a simple attack or defense art. Instead, it was a special art that used to detonate the coldness accumulated in the opponent's body, causing it to instantly explode at a single point, producing a horrifying destructive power. The explosion would come from the inside out, and it was hard to resist. Yang Su believed that Chun Xuanzong was definitely looking for a chance to do this to him, because both of their strengths were on par. Even if he executed the 3 feet of frost in advance, he might not be able to do anything to Yang Su. Therefore, Chun Xuanzong's best choice wasn't to rigidly execute the 3 feet of frost first, and leave his strongest killing move, the eternal silence of heaven and earth, for the last. There wasn't much meaning in doing that. Executing the eternal silence of heaven and earth first, followed by the 3 feet of frost, would bring out the best effect. The destructive power of the last art of the Great Frozen 7 Arts, the eternal silence of heaven and earth, was something that even the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was fearful of. In a sense, it was a horrifying killing move that harmed the user first before harming the opponent. While the price was huge, its destructive power was even greater. As expected, Chun Xuanzong's aura continued to rise. After his blade intent reached its peak, he suddenly retracted it. The snowstorm in the cosmos had completely disappeared at this moment. Then, a bright and cold saber light lit up in the dark void. When the blade light reached its midway, it disappeared, and everything became silent. At this moment, the entire cosmos seemed to have turned into a cold, silent, and deathly silent world. There was no sound, no light, no heat, and no vitality. Everything was buried in this eternal coldness and darkness, destroyed for all eternity. The last art of the great frozen seven arts, eternal silence of heaven and earth. It's coming. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, sighed in his heart. He got into a fist stance and prepared both offense and defense to receive the Astro Sovereign's strongest attack, as well as the 3 feet of frost that would definitely follow up. Since the start of the battle, the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, didn't hold back at all. He gave it his all, and even squeezed out his potential beyond his limits. He wasn't prepared to fight against the concealed sovereign. Instead, he wanted to finish the battle in one go. The great frozen seven arts will be decided within these 7 moves. Yang Su was very clear about this, and he wasn't surprised at all. He also had the confidence to receive Chun Xuanzong's broken cold wave's 7 blades with his heaven-shrouding fan. If Chun Xuanzong couldn't win after 7 blades, then the victory would belong to him, Yang Su. However, at this moment, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's expression suddenly changed. Within the black and cold blade intent, Chun Xuanzong's hand was holding onto the white jade broken blade, and it was extremely stable. However, the white jade broken blade in his hand had a change. The blade that was originally 2 feet long actually broke from the middle once again. The front half of the blade turned into ice crystals and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the blade of the treasured saber was only a foot long. The broken cold wave, that was a foot long. The blade intent that buried all living beings and brought eternal darkness to the heavens and earth was unprecedentedly powerful. It forcefully broke through the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's defense. Yang Su groaned. He waved the feather fan in his hand and blocked Chun Xuanzong's broken cold wave. However, the bone-chilling blade intent and blade aura continuously invaded his body. The pain of the blade cutting his body and the numbness of the cold alternated. Even though Yang Su's cated dim encompassing mantra was continuously devouring and dispelling it, he still felt extremely miserable. He took a deep breath and mustered up his remaining courage. The power of corrosion surged towards Chun Xuanzong, corroding Chun Xuanzong's blade intent. He used offense against offense to alleviate his predicament. Open. However, at the same time, Chun Xuanzong let out a soft shout. Instantly, within Yang Su's body, countless cold qi gathered together like rivers flowing into the ocean. Then, it suddenly exploded. Great Frozen 6th Art, 3 feet frost. Chapter 1282. At this moment, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, felt his entire body going numb. Not only was his immortal aura unable to circulate properly, even his mind seemed to have entered a state of stillness. Fortunately, the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, always considered the possibility of losing before thinking about winning. He had already predicted the possibility of him receiving the 3 feet freezing technique and being heavily injured. As such, although his mind was in a state of blankness, as if he didn't feel anything, a treasure that he had prepared beforehand took effect. The strong Yang Qi and blazing fire essence exploded within Yang Su's Naiwan Palace, causing his mind to wake up from the frozen state. Under the intertwining of ice and fire, the concealed sovereign felt dizzy and felt as if his soul was being torn apart. However, he quickly recovered and retracted the dim radiance on his body, suppressing the icy cold qi within his body. Then, he quickly retreated. After the 7 slashes, the crack on the Astro's sovereign, Chun Xuanzong's forehead had an ice-blue, devilish light faintly appearing. Chun Xuanzong forcefully suppressed his mind, but he still slashed towards the concealed sovereign, Yang Su. Although it wasn't as strong as the previous 7 slashes, it was still extraordinarily sharp. If Yang Su was still in the frozen state, he would have to suffer from this slash. However, he had already recovered. He managed to alleviate the stiffness on his body and retreated without hesitation. Finally, he managed to avoid Chun Xuanzong's slash. Even so, the injuries on Yang Su's body were more severe than he had expected. Even if Chun Xuanzong's body wasn't in a good condition, he was still stronger than him. The outcome of this battle had already been determined. The Astro's sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, won. Being frozen for 1,000 years and constantly wrestling with a water demon, although it is not a real fight with a human, it also made your blade sharper. Yang Su's Xian immortal body was no longer a human body of flesh and blood. However, his skin had become extremely pale, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. He looked at Chun Xuanzong and let out a long sigh. Yin Zhaoge's eyes flickered with brilliance. He nodded continuously and felt that this trip was worthwhile. The exalted water luminary, Chun Xuanzong, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, were part of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries. They were once the pride of their era, and now they were legendary figures. Even before the Great Calamity, profound immortal sovereigns with such standards were extremely rare. Needless to say, a battle between 2 emperors of such a high level was even rarer. Although the battle didn't last long, and the victor was decided within 10 moves, both sides had used their full strength. The danger involved was far beyond the imagination of the onlookers. The concealed sovereign could tell that the Astro's sovereign couldn't endure a long battle because of the devilish seal, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight with the Astro's sovereign head-on. Yin Zhaoge praised. His strong attack at the beginning was intentional. The sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, who was at the side, said, "That's right. Firstly, it's to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. Secondly, it's to suppress the Astro's sovereign's accumulation of power, causing it to become hasty." No matter if it was the Astro's sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, or the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, they were both people who were most proficient in battles of attrition. It wasn't because their strength was thick and boundless, but because the two of them were the type of people who grew stronger the more they fought. On the other hand, their opponents might become weaker as they fought. In fact, Chun Xuanzong's fighting style was rather slow. It didn't mean that he wasn't strong at the beginning. Instead, as his frigid qi continued to spread out, he would become stronger and stronger. Only when he reached the peak would he reach his strongest state. As for his opponent, due to the frigid qi's continuous corrosion and accumulation, even if he didn't explode from the 3-feet freeze, he would still be affected. As a result, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength like usual. Yang Su's style was similar to Chun Xuanzong's. On one hand, it was similar to the dim Radiant 12 art's wilderness devouring art. When the concealed sovereign, Yang Su's K to dim encompassing mantra was unleashed, the corrosive power would devour his opponent's strength and strengthen Yang Su's body within a short period of time. On the other hand, other than the heaven-enveloping palm and the K to dim encompassing mantra, Yang Su still had the soul-eroding mist. Previously, Chun Xuanzong's frigid qi saber intent was constantly being corroded by Yang Su's corrosive power. Affected by this, Chun Xuanzong's body was also slowly being corroded by the corrosive power. As time passed, his body and soul would become weaker and weaker. Hence, those who fought against the concealed sovereign, Yang Su, would also become weaker and weaker. In the end, they might even lose without knowing why. Under normal circumstances, when the two of them fought against each other, unless one of them made a huge mistake, they would probably fight until the end of time and see who would starve to death first. However, Chun Xuanzong had the devil seal hidden in his body. After a long battle, the seal would be affected. Hence, he used a different fighting style from his usual fighting style. He wanted to end the battle quickly and determine the winner within 7 moves. If he didn't win, he would lose. If the concealed sovereign could withstand his 7 attacks and not be defeated, he wouldn't have to continue fighting. If he continued fighting, the water devil would be the one to benefit. If he was distracted to suppress the devil, he would definitely lose. The concealed sovereign, Yangtze, could also see this clearly. He naturally didn't intend to fight against Chen Xuanzong head-on. Delaying would mean victory. However, delaying would also require strategy. If he were to passively take a beating and give up everything to Chen Xuanzong, he wouldn't be able to resist even if he wanted to. He would only be completely suppressed by Chen Xuanzong and eventually defeated. Yangtze had been famous for many years and had experienced countless battles. Naturally, he knew that the best defense was offense. As such, he immediately took the initiative and attacked first. Moreover, he used the heaven-enveloping palm with his full strength, which was extremely tyrannical. Not only did he seize the initiative, but he also disrupted Chen Xuanzong's rhythm of accumulating power. He didn't allow Chen Xuanzong to continuously unleash one attack after another until he reached the pinnacle with an unstoppable momentum. The earlier stages of the battle were all within Yangtze's expectations. It had proceeded as he had planned. However, the strength of Chen Xuanzong's saber intent had increased by another level, which exceeded Yangtze's expectations. As a result, Yangtze's plan failed. Yangtze was able to receive the full strength attack of the 2-foot-long broken cold wave. However, when Chen Xuanzong once again broke through Yangtze's defense, he still managed to break through. As such, the water luminary won against the concealed luminary. However, if he didn't intentionally conceal it, the concealed sovereign doesn't seem to know the origin heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge was deep in thought. The concealed sovereign, Yangtze's gaze swept past Chen Xuanzong, Yu Jinbei, and Yin Zhaoge. His gaze lingered on Chen Xuanzong and Yu Jinbei. In the end, he let out a sigh and smiled. Forget it. Win or lose, the final result is the same. Even if he won against Chen Xuanzong, it would only be his personal victory. The Sword Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds before the exalted Earth Luminary. Before the exalted Earth Luminary, Jiang Shun, returned, Yangtze naturally couldn't continue sitting on a mountain Tai. He shook his head and flew backward. He entered the void and was about to disappear. The Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign frowned. However, before they could do anything, a treasure light suddenly flew out from the world beyond worlds, which was far away. It disturbed the cosmic void in this area. Using this as a cover, the concealed sovereign's figure quickly disappeared. Yin Zhaoge didn't continue caring about the concealed sovereign's whereabouts. Instead, he looked towards a world beyond worlds. What's that? Chapter 1283. It was evident that the concealed sovereign already had a plan for his retreat. That treasured light stirred the space, causing the entire universe to freeze as it blocked the path of the trio. A treasure light with such an effect was naturally eye-catching. Yin Zhaoge vaguely guessed it and looked at Astro Sovereign. From his mother, Shui Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge knew that the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had studied the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds with the support of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor. At that time, he had once borrowed the power of a treasure to completely stabilize the grand world that was the world beyond worlds. At that time, although the new Kunlun 9 luminaries were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they were still at the perfected immortal realm. It was easy to destroy, but hard to build. Even if they read the heaven-opening scripture and worked together to establish the world beyond worlds, it would still not be easy as external help was required. About that treasure, when Yin Zhaoge was chatting with Mars Halberd had accidentally mentioned it, which confirmed its existence. However, even Mars Halberd didn't know what it was. The only person who knew about it was probably the person himself. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, might only know that there was such a treasure, but he didn't know about it. As expected, when Yin Zhaoge looked towards the Astro Sovereign with an inquiring gaze, the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, also looked towards him. Astro's sovereign answered calmly. In those years, we created the world beyond worlds with the help of the primordial heavenly lord's triratnous scepter of the jade, clear lineage. So that's how it is. Yin Zhaoge put his palm to his forehead. The three treasures jade scepter was one of the supreme treasures of the jade, clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. Ever since the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had transcended, rumor had it that he had been worshipped in his dojo, the Jade Palace. After the Great Calamity, the former Kunlun Mountain shattered along with the Great Thousand Worlds. The Jade Illusory Palace was nowhere to be seen, and most of the Jade, clear lineage had withered. There was no news of the treasures within the palace either. It was unknown if they had been destroyed or had gone missing. After hearing about the Triratna Jade Scepter, Yin Zhaoge and Yu Jinbei's thoughts started drifting. The Astro's sovereign Chen Xuanzong could understand their feelings. After all of them could be considered to be of the Jade, clear lineage. When he had first heard the news that year, he had also been unable to remain calm, just like the two of them were now. I did not know where the scepter came from. It was entrusted to me by the Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor back then, said Chen Xuanzong. New Kunlun, truly worthy of its name. Yin Zhaoge first sighed before saying, right, the 10-directional wishful formation. Every 100 years or so, when the conflict between the heretics is the most intense, the world beyond worlds 10 exalts would gather at Kunlun Mountain and set up the 10-directional wishful formation, stabilizing the world beyond worlds' isolation from the heretics. As expected, this name isn't just for show. Yin Zhaoge looked at Chen Xuanzong and asked, could the Triratna Jade Scepter be in the world beyond worlds? He was just curious. Even if the Triratna Jade Scepter was truly buried in the world beyond worlds, with their current cultivation bases, they would still be unable to retrieve it. The one in the world beyond worlds is a seal. If nothing goes wrong, the Triratna Scepter should be in the hands of the North Star Emperor. Astro's sovereign shook his head. Yin Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his mouth. Like that. Then what was that situation just now? For so many years, Yang Su had been secluding himself in Kunlun Mountain most of the time. He was suppressing and stabilizing the seal. Astro's sovereign Chen Xuanzong said, if the seal is stabilized, it will be able to create a formless barrier around the world beyond worlds to prevent the heretics from infiltrating. Yang Su understood seals the most. He must have researched some transformation techniques and borrowed the seal's power. This was originally for the sake of preparedness. Fortunately, there hasn't been any trouble in all these years. Chen Xuanzong said quietly. However, in the future, things might not necessarily be the same. Yin Zhaoge and Yu Jinbei both nodded. It wasn't only Yin Zhaoge and his mother who were the successors of the dim Radiant Emperor and the Bright Connection Emperor. The exalted fire, Suan Mingzhang, had caused a huge mess. The Immortal Court would probably mobilize more forces to take revenge. The future of the world beyond worlds was still unknown. If that's the case, let's hurry up and return. When Heavenly Monarch Jiang returns, the situation might be reversed, said Yin Zhaoge. The three immediately returned to the world beyond worlds. Jiang Shun and Yang Su weren't here. Now, Yin Zhaoge could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds. Naturally, he had to make full use of his time to prepare. Man proposes and God disposes. The premise of this sentence was that he had to do his best. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, was forced to escape from the world beyond worlds. After traversing through the void for a while, his speed gradually slowed down. The injuries caused by the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, were extremely deep. If he didn't take care of them soon, they might continue to linger on. In the end, they might injure his foundations, and it would be hard for him to recover. Chen Xuanzong really didn't waste his time. Yang Su smiled and shook his head. He was recuperating his body. In such a situation, other than his pale face due to his injuries, Yang Su didn't show any signs of frustration or nervousness. Instead, he was still at ease. While he was recuperating his injuries, he took out a yellowish talisman. After the talisman was burned, it turned into green smoke and disappeared. Yang Su wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a long time, He took out another yellowish talisman. On the originally empty talisman, vermilion runes suddenly appeared. After reading the contents, Yang-Su kept the talisman and continued on his journey. He was neither too fast nor too slow. While recuperating, he hurried on his journey. He left the Tao universe where the world beyond worlds was located and arrived at the boundless outskirts of the void. After traveling for a few more days, Yang-Su stopped in the void after traversing through layers of space. Then, he lit up another talisman. Next, he sat cross-legged in the void and recuperated his body quietly. This time, he didn't have to wait for too long. Very quickly, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure came without any signs. There was no flowing light, no ripples of energy, and no earth-shattering movements. However, it was as if he was taking a stroll in the cosmos. He arrived in an instant. The person who came was an old man. From his appearance, he seemed to be around 50 to 60 years old. However, he didn't look old. His face was serious, and his gaze was kind, as if he was a teacher in a private school. He was the legendary bigwig with the highest authority in the world beyond worlds for so many years. The previous earthly sovereign was now the central Earth virtue, Earth Marquis, dominating Star-Lord. The exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shun. Congratulations on attaining the Five Qis unification and ascending to the heavenly monarch realm, Taoist brother. When Yang-Su saw him, he bowed and congratulated him. Taoist Yang, you don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Shun's tone was gentle as he extended his hand to support Yang-Su. A warm aura entered Yang-Su's body and instantly cleansed the remaining cold aura within him. I've let you down, Taoist brother, said Yang-Su. The exalted earth luminary shook his head slowly. In these troubled times, it's not just a single person's fault. Yang-Su asked, how's the matter regarding Taoist Su? The old man shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. What happened this time has already exceeded the scope of our control. What we've been trying to avoid is about to become a reality. Mobile users, please browse read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1284. After hearing Jiang Shun's words, Yang-Su could not help but remain silent. After a while, he asked, it's impossible that the Blessed Lands did nothing, right? Although the battle between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands had calmed down, if one side showed an obvious weakness, the other side would definitely take advantage of it. They will definitely take action, said Jiang Shun, but the Immortal Court heretics have most likely found helpers to restrict the Blessed Lands. Demon race? Yang-Su had a playful expression. It can't be the 9 underworlds, right? It's hard to say. I have yet to receive any definite information. Jiang Shun's gaze was deep, but the trouble that Taoist Suo has caused is too great. The Immortal Court will definitely not let this matter rest. The fragile balance that we have been maintaining is going to be broken. Yang-Su asked, will the immeasurable heavenly Lord personally take action? Jiang Shun shook his head. He probably won't. But if the Longevity Emperor or the Prime Clear Incongruence Divine Mother appears, I'm afraid he will take action. Then, what about the North Star Emperor? Yang-Su asked. If the Longevity Emperor doesn't appear and the North Star Emperor is willing to take action, he will be able to control the situation and not give the heretics a chance to interfere. We can settle this ourselves. Jiang Shun had a worried expression. The North Star Emperor has yet to pass down his decree, but 3 heavenly lords of the heretics have already come here. He lowered his head and sighed. 3 in the past, and 1 more recently. Now, just the heavenly monarchs alone have already died in the hands of Taoist Suo. With 4 heavenly monarchs dead, it won't be easy for the Immortal Court heretics to fill the gap in such a short period of time. Yang-Su smiled. Are they trying to illuminate us to make up for it? Jiang Shun did not smile. 2 heavenly lords of the heretics besieged him, but they did not manage to stop Taoist Suo. Instead, they were killed by him in front of their faces. If they don't get back at him, they won't let this matter rest. Yang-Su raised his brows. 2 heavenly lords of the heretics did not manage to stop him, and they even allowed him to kill them in front of their faces. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to cross the gap between different realms. The true immortals of the Taoism's three clear lineage could mostly deal with the profound immortal sovereigns of the immortal court heretics. In rare cases, they could even suppress the profound immortal sovereigns. Although they couldn't kill or injure the profound immortal sovereigns, they wouldn't suffer any losses. However, at the essence immortal heavenly lord level, he might still have an advantage against heretic heavenly lords of the same realm. However, it would be difficult for him to resist heretic heavenly venerables. Even if he was from the heretic Tao, being a heavenly venerable was a legend that shook the past and dazzled the present. The emergence of mighty heavenly monarch realm powerhouses depended more on fate and talent. Similarly, celestial master realm powerhouses could only be encountered and not sought. With Yang Su's background and knowledge, he had heard the news circulating. Most of the heavenly lords in charge of the immortal court were originally heavenly monarchs of orthodox Taoism who had survived the great calamity and joined the immortal court. In the end, they had advanced further and become heavenly lords of the heretics. They were legendary powerhouses who had left their names in history, and their strength was outstanding. Even if they still couldn't compare to the true heavenly venerables of the orthodox Taoism, they were still not people who could be looked down upon by those below the heavenly venerables. Although it was just a rumor, there would be no smoke without fire. If Yang Su was to analyze it, there would be some possibility of it being true. Taking a step back, even the heavenly venerables that the immortal court had nurtured and appointed were extremely powerful. Heavenly monarchs couldn't contend against them. Sua Yanlong, what level has your strength reached now? Yang Su asked with interest. Jiang Shun shook his head regretfully and didn't speak. He opened his palm, and two wooden sticks appeared in his hand. Yang Su looked at it and realized that the two wooden sticks were actually a walking stick. It was broken in the middle and split into two. Looking at the appearance of the walking stick, Yang Su frowned. It feels similar to a treasure. I have never seen that treasure before, but it matches the appearance of the legend. Previously, the pill hall shook and appeared in the world again. Jiang Shun said slowly, I also felt it when I was in the void's outskirts. I avoided the heretics and went to investigate. Yang Su's eyes flashed. Pill hall, is it Taoist? Shout Jun Wang. She succeeded in the past? She was just one step away from success. This time, Taoist Suo helped her to take the final step. Jiang Shun's expression was a little complicated, as if he was reminiscing. The demon race also sent experts. The one leading them was Lord Longevity God's white deer in the heavenly court's divine palace. Hearing Jiang Shun's words, Yang Su's gaze landed on the broken walking stick again. Is it really Lord Longevity God's coiling dragon walking stick? It's actually destroyed. He raised his head. Taoist Saw did it. That's right. Jiang Shun confirmed Yang Su's guess. If it wasn't for the pill hall's final situation and the immortal court heretics rushing over, that white deer would have died in his hands. Yang Su asked, Sua Yanlong should still be in the virtual immortal realm, right? Jiang Shun sighed. Yes. Should I say that a martial god is indeed a martial god? Yang Su smiled and said, Suan Mingzhong is indeed Suan Mingzhong. In the past, the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintang's title was rarely mentioned by anyone. Other than being one of the 9 luminaries and establishing the world beyond worlds, his title of exalted gold luminary was passed down to the later generations. During the era when he was active, most people were used to calling him a very simple title with only 2 words. Sword God. This title was already sufficient to explain everything. Similarly, there was another person who had a very simple title, but it caused all martial art practitioners to gasp in admiration. Martial God, Suan Mingzhong. Among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, he was the first person to pass through the pure, profound tribulation and become a profound immortal. He was also the first person to pass through the profound origin tribulation and become a virtual immortal. After the great calamity, he was the first heavenly monarch of the Taoism's 3 clear lineage. The invincible martial god, the war god, the invincible martial god, the roving jade heaven's profound sovereign Gao Qingxian. The title of profound sovereign was actually a taboo. It was even more eye-catching than the title of North Yu Jinbei's sword sovereign. Actually, Gao Qingxuan's sovereign title was the Whirlpool Sovereign. After Suo Mingzhong passed through the profound origin tribulation and ceased to be a profound immortal, only then did others refer to Gao Qingxian as the profound sovereign. During the era when Suo Mingzhong was a profound immortal, he was the indisputable profound sovereign. He was the number one profound immortal, the strongest sovereign. Indeed, a martial god is indeed a martial god. Jiang Shun's expression was filled with regret. Unfortunately, he's too willful. The dragon amongst dragons are usually complacent and carefree. Taoist Suo is like that, and so is Taoist Yan's descendants. Hearing that, Yang Su smiled and said, "The father and son are indeed peerless geniuses. Especially Yin Zhaoge. He's practically unprecedented. Although he hasn't pushed open the immortal door, if he can maintain his current momentum, he's the only one that I feel can defeat Suo Mingzhong in the same realm. Truly, the new generation is replacing the old." Jiang Shun shook his head. "When he reaches Taoist Suo's cultivation realm, I'm afraid he'll be even more lawless." Chapter 1285. He has talent, but he doesn't have self-discipline. In the end, he will only bring disaster to himself and others. Suo Mingzhong is a good example. The exalted earth luminary. Jiang Shun's gaze traversed through space as if he was looking through the cosmos and landed on the faraway world beyond worlds. Yang Su said, "Now, I only hope that the North Star Emperor can make a decisive move and prevent the heretics from getting involved too deeply. In this way, Taoist Suo's matter will be settled, and Taoist brother can set things right." Without Suo Mingzhong's interference, Jiang Shun, who had already become a virtual immortal heavenly monarch, naturally possessed the ability to rule over the world beyond worlds. The trouble that Taoist Suo has caused this time is too huge. It might cause the immortal court heretics to decide to invade our Tao universe. When that time comes, it would be a huge calamity. Jiang Shun's eyes were filled with worry. After the storm, how many would be left? I'm unable to see what the result of this trial will be. Being in it, I can only try my best to save myself. Yang Su nodded silently. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I wonder if fellow Gao and fellow Ling will intervene." He was naturally referring to the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, and the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who had left the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe together with the southern extremity longevity emperor. Definitely. Jiang Shun's expression was very calm. He had known Gao Han and Ling Qing much earlier than he had known Yang Su. His understanding of the two who had survived the great calamity was much deeper than others. The pill hall ended up in Taoist Suo's hands? Or, Yang Su asked. Jiang Shunyan said, "He's not in fellow Taoist Suo's hands. The people from the outer path have arrived, so he's busy dealing with them." According to Taoist Zhang of the prime clear lineage, the pill hall might end up in the hands of Yin Zhaoge and his son. Yang Su shook his head slowly. "What a pity. There might be more twists and turns. I can only hope that the heretics won't get in the end. Although our paths are different, I must say that fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a genius. Although she is not like Sui Yanlong, who is famous for his martial prowess, sometimes she is even more valuable. It is truly a pity that she has fallen." Hearing this, Jiang Shun did not speak. His gaze was serene. A figure seemed to appear in front of him. She was a beautiful woman with a noble temperament, a hint of domineering strength amidst her laziness, and a hint of determination and fortitude amidst her casualness. In the past, she had addressed him as Teacher Jiang, and he had also thought of her as the most talented junior and friend despite the difference in age. But in the end, they parted ways and even became enemies. Several thousand years had passed, and by the time Zhang Xian had received any concrete news of him, it was already news of his death. And now, he still had to compete with her successor. Jiang Shun's gaze fluctuated slightly before returning to normal. "However, I really didn't expect fellow Suo to be so furious about fellow Xiao's death," Yangtze said. Jiang Shun said slowly. The two of them used to be Tao companions in the past, but they had different aspirations, so they separated later on. Yangtze tilted his head slightly. Then, now that fellow Taoist Xiao has fallen, could it be that fellow Taoist who wants to change his tune? It's not impossible. Jiang Shunwei said, so he's not just avenging Junwang. After this disaster, it's just the beginning. He may no longer be neutral, but will side with his majesty and fellow Taoist Gao. Yangtze shook his head. This isn't good news. Previously, he had already killed his way out from the encirclement of the immortal court heretics. Now, he might have returned to the world beyond worlds. Jiang Shun said and strode forward. We have to return as soon as possible. Yangtze walked with him. As they walked, he asked, fellow Taoist Chun has escaped. Has fellow Taoist Chun heard about it? I've heard of it. It's expected that fellow Taoist Chun would help fellow Taoist Yan's descendant. Jiang Shun sighed and said, it's a pity that he couldn't consider the big picture and was trapped in his own personal matters, just like in the past. The old man passed through layers of void and left behind a sigh. The storm is coming, and it's just around the corner. Concealed Sovereign Yangtze nodded yes. The two figures turned into streams of light and disappeared into the vast void's outskirts, heading towards the Tao universe. Demon universe, astro mountains, starry seas. Amidst the vast universe, there was a vast world that connected the heavens and formed a vast universe. Rays of lights and clouds were circulating around the universe, making this place look like a fairyland. Outside of this world, within the cosmic void, a black wind passed through and arrived at this grand world, falling into it. Although the black wind was filled with bloodlust and evil intent, it restrained itself when it arrived at this world. After entering this world, there would be someone who would receive him. Within this world, there were many celestial mountains that were overflowing with spiritual chi. The black tornado arrived at one of the celestial mountains and entered a cave manor. There was already someone waiting for him in the cave manor. Upon seeing him, he smiled and said, didn't you receive the decree and leave the astro mountain's starry seas? I'll leave immediately. The black wind dissipated, and a figure appeared. He sat on the futon on the ground with familiarity. Before I leave, I have something to tell you. The cave manor's owner smiled and said, what is it that requires you to make a trip here? That old white deer almost died. The longevity god's coiling dragon crutch was broken, and he managed to escape with his life, said the black wind great demon. Oh, who did it? The cave manor's owner didn't seem to mind and asked casually. The black wind great demon said, in the past, the awakened sky hall within the heavenly court's divine palace was used to store spiritual pills. It wasn't destroyed after the great calamity, and it still exists. That old white deer obtained a clue and went over there, but he suffered a huge loss. The awakened sky hall still exists? The cave manor's owner became interested. What happened in the end? In the end? That old white deer was almost killed on the spot. How could he care about the awakened sky hall? The black wind great demon snorted. The one who defeated him was the three clear lineage. The cave manor's owner said regretfully, that old deer should have been killed. He was too greedy and wanted to take everything for himself. However, he didn't even look at his own capabilities and ended up benefiting others. He looked at the black wind great demon. Are you thinking of going to the Tao universe and fight for the awakened sky hall with the three clear lineage? You have a mission on your shoulders. That's why I'm here to see if you're willing to take action. The black wind great demon said, after everything is done, don't forget to share some of the benefits with me. The cave manor's owner thought about it seriously and said, let's wait and see. If we take action now, it'll be the same as helping the immortal court. It'll be disadvantageous to our plan. However, after everything is done, we can look for an opportunity. You're overthinking too much. The black wind great demon was shocked. The cave manor's owner smiled faintly. I've waited for so many years. Why do I need to rush? You, on the other hand, have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Don't be careless and delay the important matter. The black wind great demon chuckled. I won't delay the important matter. However, it's just a small matter. The bald donkeys of the blessed lands of Saha are used to having a smooth life. Now that they're too complacent, it's fine to teach them a lesson. In any case, don't delay the important matter. I don't want to wait for tens of thousands of years. The cave manor's owner said indifferently. I don't want to either. We've waited for too long. The black wind great demon stood up and transformed back into a black tornado. He left the cave abode of immortals and left this fairyland-like world. He traveled far away and left the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, where the demon clan lived and rested. Chapter 1286. After concealed, Sovereign Yang so left, Yin Zhaoge and the others returned to the world beyond worlds. Before the exalted Earth luminary and concealed sovereign returned together, Yin Zhaoge could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds theoretically. However, Yin Zhaoge didn't have that much time. Now wasn't the time for weapons to enter the warehouse. On the contrary, it was precisely the night before the storm that was about to come. The Heaven Emperor didn't return to the illusory coming peak. The earthly young master, Chun Kuanhua, who had secretly returned to the Qianhua Peak, immediately left. The Western exalt Lang Qing even went into hiding, leaving the world beyond worlds as well. Only the encompassing Emperor Li Jun tried his best to meet the Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. In the end, he left with a heavy heart. The high-level experts of the world beyond worlds were well informed, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly depressing. The atmosphere among the middle and lower-level martial artists wasn't so heavy. Everyone was more concerned about the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's recent actions. Without many people knowing, Yin Zhaoge and his mother, Xue Chuqing, had traveled through many mountains and rivers, carved invisible marks, and perfected their plans step by step. Young master, the candle sunlight emperor died in your hands? Ahu asked curiously while grinding the cinnabar for Yin Zhaoge. To be precise, he was captured and suppressed by me. Then he died under Mars halberd sharpness. Yin Zhaoge held the brush in his hand and dipped the tip of the brush into the cinnabar. Then he wrote on a purple talisman paper and answered casually. The black-clothed brocade emperor was also in the same situation. Yin Zhaoge quickly wrote down one rune after another. Although the other 6 opponents outside the world beyond worlds were true immortal emperors, they were relatively weak. So they died in my hands. After deliberately avoiding the name of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the details of the immortal court, he could still talk about some simple things with the people of the Broadcrete Mountain, so that they could have a general idea of the level of the enemies. I captured them, and then used their attacks against each other, using their spears against their shields, so that they would beat each other to death. After Yin Zhaoge wrote the last stroke, he looked up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Strictly speaking, I still can't kill them with my own hands, right? Ahu sighed wryly. That's too bad. Young master, there has never been a single person in this world who could kill a martial saint barehanded. That's right. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly towards the sky, falling into a daze for a while before smiling leisurely. Still, it might not be completely impossible. Ahu's eyes lit up. Young master? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering as he said, the rules of the great Tao of the heavens and earth are the rules of the circumference. If one does not transcend, they would have to follow these rules. The rules are there, and everyone has to follow them. However, there might be a chance to find a loophole in the rules. Right now, it's just a hypothesis. Whether it will work or not, we'll only know after we test it out. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he took up the purple talisman that was fully inscribed with vermilion patterns. The talisman paper combusted on its own, transforming into green smoke which coiled in midair without dispersing. Then, it entered the soil of the world beyond worlds down below, vanishing without a trace. However, I need to gather all the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the Jade, clear lineage first. I was originally planning to rob the Western Turtle Heaven Territories, Nonli Mountain, and the Central June Heaven Territories, Kunlun Mountain's Qianhua Peak. However, there's no need to go through so much trouble now. The Astro Sovereign and the Exalted Fire would be able to gather them all. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he He continued on his way to his next destination. Ahu followed behind him. "Young master, I feel that it wouldn't be too troublesome for you to rob Nonli Mountain and Qianhua Peak." Of course it wouldn't be troublesome. However, Lang Shifeng and Chun Kunhua left early enough. They must have taken all the valuable things away temporarily. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. It's not worth it to waste time looking for them. There are more important things that need to be done. The one who laughs last will laugh the best. Although he could do whatever he wanted in the world beyond worlds now, the outcome of the battle between the two sides had yet to be decided. Yin Zhaoge wrote words with vermilion brush and purple talisman, traversing the mountains and rivers of the world beyond worlds. Everything he did was combined with the process of Shui Chuqing setting up the area latitude formation. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about others figuring out his plan based on his whereabouts. After going to a few more places and engraving the runes into formlessness, Yin Zhaoge received a piece of news. Exalted Fire Luminary, Suo Mingzhong had returned. After meeting up with his mother, Shui Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge asked, "Do you want to go with him?" "Of course." Shui Chuqing let out a long sigh. Isn't that somewhat divine tree that great Grand Master transformed with the exalted Fire Luminary? After thousands of years, the exalted Fire Luminary had returned to the world beyond worlds. When Yin Zhaoge and his mother arrived at the Kunlun Mountain, they saw a short-haired young man standing quietly in the air above the mountains. He lowered his head and looked down without saying anything. Beside the short-haired man stood two people. They were the Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. Senior Suo, Astro Sovereign, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yin Zhaoge and Shui Chuqing greeted them. The Astro Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign nodded slightly. Suo Mingzhong also turned his head and looked at them. "You two don't have to be so courteous." His expression was calm, and his aura was calm. He wasn't as unstoppable as when he attacked from the Pill Hall by the Void's outskirts. It was as if a devil god had descended upon the world. "How's the white deer demon?" After greeting him, Yin Zhaoge asked curiously. Suo Mingzhong said, "He used the longevity god's cane to block my attack and ran away." He didn't explain the details of the incident. Instead, he said, "As for the heretics, many people came after me. I managed to shake them off, and they won't let it go easily. They might come to the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds later." Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. The current situation had already expanded to the point where no one could control it. The entire Tao universe was about to welcome a tribulation. Whether the tribulation was big or small, how to resolve it, and what kind of consequences it would bring were all unpredictable. After dealing with the troubles that Jiang Shan might bring to you, I will leave on my own. Suo Mingzhong looked at the vast world of the world beyond worlds in front of him and said, "However, there might still be a few heretics staying behind to continue targeting you." The Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign's expressions didn't change. Yin Zhaoge said, "I have some plans to deal with them, but I don't know if I can make it in time." Suo Mingzhong nodded and said, "I want to bring Jun Huang to the Pill Hall to have a look. Please follow me." Yin Zhaoge brought Shui Chuqing and ascended first. He broke through the boundaries of the world and arrived at the void outside of the world beyond worlds. The exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong, and the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, followed closely behind. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, had already been to the Pill Hall before, and he was now guarding the world beyond worlds. The white jade hall that seemed like a divine palace in the heavens showed its form in the void under the illumination of the purple clouds and golden radiance. The hall's door opened, and everyone entered inside. Suo Mingzhong looked around the hall and was slightly dazed. "Jun Wang, we're here." He opened his palm lightly, and a brilliance was released from his palm. A spirit tree grew from within and instantly became a towering tree. The tall spirit stood in the middle of the Pill Hall. The green leaves were swaying, and white flowers were blooming. They moved without any wind, and there seemed to be wind chimes ringing within the hall. Chapter 1287. The tall and straight Sanghua tree stood within the Pill Hall's cosmic void. It overturned the cosmos and pierced through the void. Seeing this Sanghua tree, Shui Chuqing slowly bowed down, disciple Xue Chuqing greets great grandmaster. Yin Zhaoge looked at the tall spirit tree and bowed down as well. The exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junwang, was the same as the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong, and his wife. With their cultivation and lifespan, they could be considered to have died young when they died. It was also because of the sacrifice of countless ancestors like them that there was hope for the revival of the three clear lineage. As the later generations, they were all the beneficiaries. The tall Tsanghua tree's leaves swayed in the hall's cosmos without any wind blowing. Suo Mingzhang looked at the spirit tree and remained silent for a long time. After Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing stood up, they also remained silent. The Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, cupped his hands towards the spirit tree and let out a soft sigh. I heard that Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian had created a brand new supreme martial art, and it was inherited by your father? After a long time, Suo Mingzhang broke the silence and turned around to look at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge knew that Mars Halberd must have told Suo Mingzhang about it. However, Mars Halberd obviously didn't know about the details. He answered, "To be precise, my father and my mother didn't complete this supreme martial art. They grew up together with my father. After being nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud for more than 2,000 years, they completed the initial framework and appeared in the world together. After that, as my father practiced martial arts, his cultivation realm kept on increasing, and he studied the laws of heaven and earth. The power of this supreme martial art had already matured from its initial form. However, there's still a long way to go before it can be truly perfected. I'll progress together with my father." Yin Zhaoge didn't hide anything from Suo Mingzhang and told him everything. The heaven-opening scripture and the immortal exterminating sword scripture's head and tail resonated with each other. After being harmonized by grand simplicity, boundless changes were born between the head and tail. It's just like the changes of creation. Its momentum is unstoppable. Suo Mingzhang nodded slightly. It seems like it's the opposite of mine. Fellow Taoists Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian, your dreams have come true. Congratulations. It's a pity that I can't discuss it with him personally. He let out a soft sigh. Where's your father now? Can I take a look at this lost art? It was a little disrespectful to say such words. Even if Suo Mingzhang's cultivation and seniority far surpassed Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, and even surpassed Yin Xintong and Yin Di in the past, such a request was still extremely rude. However, Suo Mingzhang did not look arrogant at all. Instead, he looked quite serious. When your ancestor first came up with this idea, he discussed it with me. Some of his ideas might be beneficial to your father. Of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, Suo Mingzhang's relationship with Yin Xintong was mediocre, and they could not be considered close friends. However, both of them were peerless geniuses. Suo Mingzhang was especially fond of studying the principles of martial arts, and had many exchanges with Yin Xintong. Among the 9 luminaries, other than their best friend Chun Xuanzong, only Suo Mingzhang knew about Yin Xintong and his wife's initial concept of the creation saber. Although he hadn't seen Yin Di fight with others with his own eyes, he could roughly guess what had happened after hearing some rumors from Mars Halberd and confirming it with what he knew in the past. Now that the creation saber had become a reality, Suo Mingzhang felt happy. Unfortunately, the old friend who proposed the concept had already died 1,000 years ago. On the other side, the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, stood there calmly without saying a word. However, he seemed to be daydreaming as well. Among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the two of them were eccentric. Suo Mingzhang only interacted with the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, in private. Most of his interactions with others were limited to martial arts. As for Chun Xuanzong's close friend in the 9 luminaries, it was the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintong. After Chun Xuanzong came back to his senses, he looked at Suo Mingzhang and nodded. In the past, Taoist Suo had opened his own path of cultivation and had gone deeper than us in this aspect. It was similar to Xintong and his wife's exploration. Xintong had also looked for Taoist Suo to discuss with him. For example, Yin Xintong's jade illusory heaven opening sword, Chun Xuanzong's profound cold saber, Jiang Shun's yin-yang earth-heaven breaking hammer, Yang Su's Kata Dim, encompassing mantra, and other martial arts were created by combining various supreme martial arts that they had cultivated. The jade illusory heaven opening sword contained the wind of opening the heavens. The profound cold saber contained the water of opening the heavens. The yin-yang earth-heaven breaking hammer contained the earth of opening the heavens. And the Kata Dim encompassing mantra contained the primordial darkness before the heavens were opened. Although they seemed to be walking in a single direction, other martial arts had already been integrated into them. They were no longer just derived from the jade, clear heaven opening scripture. Therefore, all the martial arts had their own uses. They weren't inferior to martial artists who cultivated the heaven opening scripture alone. Of course, this was referring to their current realm. If they continued to advance, they still needed to expand their path and explore. They couldn't stop. Unlike the heaven opening scripture, the primordial heavenly Lord's grand Tao was extremely profound. It only depended on how much the cultivator could comprehend. Of course, Chun Xuanzong and the others could only cultivate the heaven opening scripture. However, when one cultivated martial arts to a certain level, they would be able to comprehend the principles of the heavens and earth. If different people learned the same supreme martial art, the results would be vastly different. Only by learning from the predecessors and fitting in with oneself would one be able to walk on the path smoothly. However, the height one could reach on this path would also differ from person to person. Some people's path could continue to climb upwards, while others might have difficulties. Before the Great Calamity, the flourishing era of martial arts where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy and countless exquisite martial arts appeared together. Of course, Yin Zhaogu was clear about this. However, what the Astro Sovereign said made him realize something different. Although Chun Xuanzong and the others' unique supreme martial arts, including Yin Xintong's jade illusory heaven opening sword, weren't derived from the heaven opening scripture and didn't belong to the heaven opening scripture, some of the subtle changes in the concepts were even more profound than the heaven opening scripture itself. However, these supreme martial arts were still deeply related to the heaven opening scripture and the other martial arts that Chun Xuanzong and the others cultivated. However, there was an exception. That was the creation saber that Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian had created together. In the end, Yin Di had completed the embryonic form of the creation saber. The concept of this martial art was actually different from the heaven opening scripture. In fact, it wasn't even defined by the jade, clear lineage's martial arts. Naturally, it didn't belong to the prime, clear supreme martial arts either. It could be said that it was still an orthodox Taoism, but it was different. According to the Astro Sovereign's words, Sua Mingzhang's martial arts cultivation seemed to be starting from scratch too. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Sua. However, I still need to ask my father's opinion. Yin Zhaogu cupped his hands. With a thought, the cosmos void that everyone was enchanged. After that, a door of light appeared in front of everyone. After the door of light opened, there was another world inside. This was a pill room within the pill hall. Yin Di was currently in seclusion. He wasn't in seclusion, so Yin Zhaogu wasn't afraid of disturbing his father. After knowing Sua Mingzhang's intention, Yin Di didn't reject him. Thank you, Senior Saw. Not to mention Saw Mingzhang's kindness. The creation saber's characteristics couldn't be taught to outsiders. Even someone like Sua Mingzhang could only experience it and couldn't comprehend it. To a certain extent, this was also one of the limitations of the creation saber. In other words, this was the proof that this peerless supreme martial art wasn't completed yet. After Yin Di unleashed his saber, Sua Mingzhang smiled. Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian's descendants aren't in vain. Chapter 1288. Your saber momentum has already begun to show signs of life. It is correct to insist on only advancing and not retreating. Many martial arts may be about advancing and retreating according to one's heart, combining positive and negative, and being able to move freely. But for you, that is an evil path. The momentum of the world has always been rolling forward. Those who fall into a predicament of going against the momentum should be your opponent, not yourself. For you, the current problem is that the general framework has already been set up, but it's too empty and needs to be perfected. It wasn't to fill in the details, but to turn illusory into reality, so that the concept of nothingness could be verified and matched with the real world of creation. Only then could one land on the ground. What's rare is that you've already realized this. I don't need to say any more. Suo Mingzhang looked at Yin Di with a lot of praise in his eyes. Yin Di said calmly, "The momentum is moving forward. In the changes of creation, there's also the old and the new. Getting rid of the old and welcoming the new, breaking down and establishing. This is also the momentum of the world." He straightened his 5 fingers like a saber and calmly chopped forward. "I haven't experienced the real change of eras, but it does exist. It's not just a concept that the historical records divide the eras." "Not bad. Your thinking is correct." Suo Mingzhang nodded and said, "Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian have successors. This supreme martial art that you've created together will definitely be an unparalleled achievement." A rare look of joy appeared between his brows. He smiled and said, "It's really nice to see such a supreme martial art appear in the world. It'll ease the depression in my heart a little." Yin Di said, "Senior, you flatter me. The road ahead is long and full of thorns. I'll try my best, but I'll never stop moving forward." Suo Mingzhang nodded and turned to look at Yin Zhaoge. "You're walking the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages together." Senior Suo's eyes are like torches. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly and didn't deny it. Suo Mingzhang also smiled. "Well done." He looked at Yin Zhaoge for a while and said, "If you have the peerless heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage or the Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture, your path will be a little easier. However, it's just a little easier. It's still more difficult than ascending to the heavens. This is a person trying to walk 3 old paths at the same time, but it's also a brand new path." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly, but his expression remained composed. "I will constantly spur myself on. I'm really looking forward to seeing your attitude of continuous improvement in the future and seeing more different scenes of the great Tao of the world." Suo Mingzhang placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the pill hall. "The Tsanghua Divine Tree will be left here temporarily. Please take care of it." Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and Xue Chuqing's family exchanged looks before Xue Chuqing answered, "With great grandmasters remains here, this disciple will definitely do her best." "That's good." Suo Mingzhang exited the pill hall and stood within the cosmos void. He turned his head back and looked at the pill hall that was floating within the void. He looked at the territories of the world beyond worlds far away. His gaze was distant and peaceful. The tall, short-haired man sat cross-legged in the cosmos with his eyes closed, waiting calmly, waiting for the storm to come. Within the pill hall, Yin Di looked towards Yin Zhaoge. "From today onwards, I shall enter death's seclusion." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "I'll take care of the outside. I still need some time to prepare for the world beyond worlds." If the heretics arrive first, even if the exalted fire lured them away, he would still be held back by them. After that, the exalted earth luminary would be unstoppable. The Astro Sovereign said quietly, "If nothing goes wrong, Taoist Jiang will try his best to return to the world beyond worlds before the heretics." Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "Instead, I hope that the exalted earth luminary will arrive later. Otherwise, we'll have to worry about the North Star Emperor's actions." Everyone became silent upon hearing that. Yin Zhaoge pondered and said, "The situation this time is very chaotic. There might be a lot of people who want to interfere with this. Previously, I didn't dare to say that my guess was correct. However, after seeing Mother's area latitude formation that was basically completed, after the exalted solar luminary Gauhan's guidance on the area latitude formation, I can confirm that my previous guess is correct." Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Of course, no one can say for sure who will be in control of the situation in the end. Yin Di nodded slowly after hearing that. "It's fine as long as the general direction is right. Man proposes, God disposes. There aren't many things that are guaranteed to succeed in this world. Yeah. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. After bidding farewell to Yin Di and Shui Chuqing, Yin Zhaoge returned to the world beyond worlds with the Astro Sovereign. At the same time, in the world beyond worlds, the northern profound heaven territory, the extreme north. Within the void, there was a dimensional passageway connecting to the land of tranquil stream. Turbulence was constantly happening there. The Northern Exalt had been living in seclusion for the past few years. As for the conflict between the Broad Creed Mountain, the Jade Capital Crag, the Jade Sky Peak, the Cheelan Cliff, and the restful Immortal Valley, he remained silent. The token plate of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was also present in the Cloud Pavilion Mountains' profound remnant locale under the Northern Exalt. The Northern Exalt's attitude towards dealing with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion seemed to be tacitly allowing it. However, he didn't personally come into contact with it. Most of the time, the Northern Exalt didn't even stay at the profound remnant locale. Instead, he moved to the extreme north and paid attention to the spatial laws here. He was also wary of the changes and encroachment of the land of Tranquil Stream. Yin Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor had asked him to pay attention to the news of Feng Yunshen. He had agreed to it. However, other than that, he didn't have much contact with them. The old man stood in the wind and snow, looking at the faraway horizon. He saw many black lines appearing and disappearing from time to time. His mind moved slightly. He felt something, and his gaze focused. This feeling doesn't seem like a great demon, but like a human. After thinking for a while, the Northern Exalt took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Then, with him as the center, rays of light spread out and enveloped the entire vast frozen land of the extreme north. Wherever the rays of light shone, the cracks in the void gradually became still. This wasn't entirely due to the Northern Exalt's cultivation. Instead, it was because the restrictions of the world beyond worlds had started working. The restrictions of the northern profound heaven territory were especially sensitive to the 9 underworld's devils. They were specially set up to guard against the land of tranquil stream, which might be connected to this place. After a while, the feeling of someone approaching became more obvious. However, the Northern Exalt also felt that it was getting more and more familiar. She has returned by herself? The old man was a little surprised as he frowned. However, it is also possible that she is already the exalted Rahu luminary. Soon, a powerful will was transmitted over. Broad Creed disciple Feng Yunshen greets the Northern Exalt. The Northern Exalt was silent for a while before saying, "Is it little friend Feng or the exalted Rahu luminary?" "I'm still a junior." The other party answered frankly. However, the exalted Rahu luminary is in charge for at least 30% of a day. The Northern Exalt said, "The Sword Sovereign will be here soon. If you don't mind, why don't you wait for a while? This old man can also inform your fellow disciples. They will definitely be overjoyed to know that you have returned safely." He wasn't really worried about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Instead, he was worried about the great demon transforming and taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 1289. While talking, the Northern Exalt was also silently divining the background of the person who came. Before Feng Yunshen's disappearance, her cultivation was rather low. It wasn't hard for the Northern Exalt to calculate her background. However, considering the relationship between the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua, this calculation might not be accurate. At the same time, after Yin Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor returned to the world beyond worlds, they mentioned to the Northern Exalt that Jian Shenhua wanted to use Feng Yunshen's rebirth to secretly target the great devils of the 9 underworlds. She wanted to seize the great devil's authority as well. If Jian Shenhua used Feng Yunshen's rebirth, she would have to start from Feng Yunshen's cultivation. Although she was familiar with the path and her speed of improvement would be extremely fast, she still needed time to accumulate experience. However, if the top-notch evil devils of the 9 underworld were involved, the situation would be different. The divinity empowerment could be said to be the fastest method to greatly improve one's cultivation within a short period of time. It even surpassed secret arts like the Seven Paths pivotal instrument and the fixed spirit essence gathering art. From a certain perspective, it wasn't a ritual to aid one's cultivation. Instead, it was a method to allow a great devil of the 9 underworlds to be reborn. It was a method to allow a top-notch great devil that had perished to return to the mortal world. Rebirth, not reincarnation. As such, after a short period of weakness and growth, one would quickly return to their peak. For humans, even 10,000 miles in a day wasn't enough to describe the speed at which one's cultivation rose, let alone 1,000 miles in a day. In the past, the devil of aged metal used Yin Shuryang's body as the sword devil and was reborn. The water devil used Shu Heng's body as the ice devil and was reborn. However, not long after they were reborn, they were killed by Yin Xintong and Chun Xuanzong. The 2 great devils were still in their weakened state. Although their strength started to rise, they perished once again due to the lack of a crucial moment. Actually, if they were given more time, they could quickly improve and return to their peak. The Northern Exalt agreed with Yin Zhaoge's point of view. For someone as prideful as the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, the fortune she wanted was definitely not something an ordinary great devil could compare to. With Jian Shunhua's tranquil, profound, immortal cultivation, only a target equivalent to the Taoism heavenly monarch realm could catch her eye. In fact, it might even be higher. Under such circumstances, if she succeeded, her strength would skyrocket after experiencing the divinity heavenly monarch realm. In this way, it was hard to say whether Feng Yunsheng or Jian Shunhua's current cultivation was real or not. If she succeeded, the divinity great, the Northern Exalt would be the same. At the very least, the Northern Exalt could feel that although the other party did not have any hostility towards him, his strength was extremely strong. At the very least, he had already pushed open the immortal door. If not for the world beyond worlds forming restrictions against the 9 underworld's evil devils, the Northern Exalt alone would not have been able to keep them at bay. Her cultivation base is very high. I can't see through her. Fortunately, I can still see some of her past. She didn't purposely conceal her fate. The Northern Exalt quickly deduced. Feng, Chun, T devil Tian Feng of it. Devil. Yin, Tian devil times Tian's, north of the heaven. Heaven King Tian, T was the Feng's Feng. King devil XT. Heaven. Feng, in particular, he had to be vigilant to see if there were any demons lurking behind, intending to take advantage of Feng Yunxing's opening of the door. Therefore, the Northern Exalt remained cautious as he did not open the barrier. At the very least, when the Sword Sovereign, Astro Sovereign, and Yin Zhaoge arrived, the risk would be much lower. While he was not involved in the current turmoil of the world beyond worlds, the Northern Exalt was well aware of the impending storm. At this time, it was even easier for others to take advantage of the chaos. As soon as he noticed the abnormality, he immediately crushed the Jade Talisman and contacted the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei. You should arrive very soon. Your fellow disciples will definitely be overjoyed to learn of your return. This old man will inform them of this good news right now, the Northern Exalt said. In that case, thank you, Senior. The woman's voice was refined and courteous. The Northern Exalt's hair stood on end, because this voice rang out from behind him. At the same time, the Northern Exalt discovered that he was already unable to move. A woman stood behind him, her feet stepping on his shadow. This woman had the appearance of Feng Yunsheng. She looked around at the world of ice and snow. Is this the world controlled by the North Star Empire? It's not a bad place. I really want to take over this place. The woman smiled. The little fellow that came out from this place is very outstanding. However, I still managed to find a flaw in her. With the help of her mechanisms, I was able to sneak into your world without anyone noticing. Although it could only be used by one person. Of course, it's also because the North Star Empire and the others are currently holding each other back. They don't have the time to be wary of me. The Northern Exalt's heart shuddered. From her tone, he could tell that this wasn't Feng Yunsheng or the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. This was the 9 underworld's top-notch great devil, the ancient devil. That little fellow kept wanting to return here. So, I'll just wait for her to fall into my trap. The woman arrived in front of the northern exalt. The shadow behind the old man defied the laws of nature. It followed the woman's footsteps and turned half a circle before arriving in front of the old man. If I caused too much of a commotion, the North Star Empire and the others might be alerted. The woman smiled and said, "You're a good cover." As she spoke, her appearance had already changed. Her gender and voice had also changed. In just an instant, the Northern Exalt saw an old man appearing in front of him. The old man had the same appearance as him. The two of them stood facing each other. Even a Northern Exalt himself couldn't tell the difference. It's not the imitation killing jade. It's not the form dispelling pill. I don't have to kill anyone, and I can only transform into one person. At this moment, the Northern Exalt felt as if his soul was being annihilated. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind as if he had regained consciousness. The reason why I couldn't see her wasn't because of the huge difference in cultivation. Instead, it was because I saw the illusion that she wanted me to see. This meant that the difference in strength between the two of them was much bigger than what he had expected. Filling a person's mind with fake memories and making the other party think that it was real was much more difficult than simply making the other party lose their memories. He's so proficient in transformation. Even the circulation of my true essence is so perfect. However, he could actually infiltrate the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds. That's right. The exalted Rahu luminary had secretly set up a trap for herself. However, it ended up benefiting him instead. He even invited a wolf into his own house. The Northern Exalt stood still. His originally turbid eyes instantly emitted a shocking radiance. However, it was immediately extinguished. In front of him, the old man who had the same appearance as him smiled creepily. He raised his index finger and placed it in front of his lips. Chapter 1290. With the Northern Exalt as the center, rays of lights still enveloped the world. He seemed to be unaware of everything that was happening. However, the old man's soul had already been completely destroyed. His body sank downwards. The shadow beneath his feet seemed to have turned into a bottomless swamp. It devoured his body and disappeared. The rays of lights were transferred to the imposter. There was nothing abnormal about it. I can only maintain the current situation, but I can't control it. The imposter smiled. However, it doesn't matter to me. He stood quietly on the spot. The rays of lights around him gradually disappeared and returned to nothingness. The world in front of him returned to being a world of ice and snow. After a short while, a sword light streaked across the sky and arrived in front of the Northern Exalt in an instant. The person who came was wearing a high crown and ancient clothes. His expression was solemn. He was the sword sovereign, Yuzhenbei. There's a commotion in the land of tranquil streams outskirts. Yuzhenbei scanned the surroundings. The rays of lights surged again. The Northern Exalt followed the etiquette and bowed towards Yuzhenbei without any abnormalities. He answered, "A great devil changed his appearance and turned into the broad Creed Mountain's little friend Feng's appearance. He attempted to deceive the barrier and barge into our world beyond worlds. In the end, his whereabouts were exposed, and he retreated." The broad Creed Mountain's little friend Feng? The sword sovereign. Yuzhenbei's gaze turned solemn. The Northern Exalt nodded. Yes. I suspect that he might have come into contact with little friend Feng in the 9 underworlds. Or rather, he might have come into contact with the exalted Rahu luminary. This old man also wanted to investigate little friend Feng's whereabouts. Still, I did not dare to let her enter the world beyond worlds. I had originally intended to delay her, waiting for you, the sword sovereign, to arrive before trying to capture her. Still, the other party was vigilant as well. After realizing that this old man had already seen through her, she swiftly retreated. Yuzhenbei looked at the rays of lights in front of him and said, "It's better to be cautious when it comes to the 9 underworlds. Your actions and judgment weren't wrong." He turned his head and looked at the Northern Exalt. "I'll have to trouble you to look after this place. No matter what happens in other areas, do not let your guard down regarding the 9 underworlds. As you command, Sword Sovereign, answered the other party calmly. Looking at the sword light leaving, the Northern Exalt smiled. The North Star Empire's world has produced quite a number of outstanding youngsters. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. After a while, his smile grew wider. Haha, not only is the Gue water here, even the Wu Earth is here. This trip is indeed worth it. However, let's clean up our backyard first. The old man sat cross-legged on the snowy ground as usual, quietly looking at the faintly discernible domain cracks in the distance. All right, little fellow, come back quickly. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your sect is about to encounter a great calamity, and they need you to rush back to face it together. Within the Kunlun Mountain, Yin Zhaoge and the Astro Sovereign were currently in the restful Immortal Valley, the cave manor of the concealed sovereign Yangtze. As expected, there are no traces left behind. After carefully inspecting the place, Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips, not feeling disappointed. At that moment, a sword light flew over from the north. After landing, it revealed the Sword Emperor's appearance. Senior apprentice Uncle Yu? Yin Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign looked over at the same time. The Sword Emperor shook his head. A great demon transformed into a human form and attempted to sneak into the world beyond worlds. Northern One wasn't fooled. That great demon left on his own before I arrived. Since it was something that had nothing to do with him, he naturally wouldn't mention the possibility of the great demon transforming into Feng Yinsheng, which would make Yin Zhaoge worry. The 9 underworlds are also getting restless. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Only, I don't know if they're acting on their own, or if they have made a deal with someone else. Since ancient times, the 9 underworlds have been the public enemy of the human world. Cooperating with the 9 underworlds was no different from inviting a wolf into one's house. However, the 9 underworlds' great demons weren't completely irrational and bloodthirsty. Sometimes, they would also exchange benefits with others to achieve their own goals, instead of blindly eroding others with greed. Of course, the premise was that the collaborator was strong enough. Otherwise, the collaborator would be eaten up by the great demon. Thinking of the 9 underworlds, Yin Zhaoge was a little worried. Now, he had personally visited the 9 underworlds several times, but he still couldn't find Feng Yunxing's whereabouts. Thinking about it, many years had passed since the two separated. Now, fallen deity Yin Zhaoge's name could be said to have shaken the entire Dao universe, not only in the world beyond worlds, but also in the roving Jade Heavens. The number of fangirls who were eyeing on the position of his Dao companion could probably encircle the entire Kunlun Mountain. There were countless people who were openly or secretly proposing marriage, let alone the female disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain who were infatuated with him. However, Yin Zhaoge had always been alone. It wasn't that he didn't have any desires towards the matters between a man and a woman. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. This is human nature. However, in Yin Zhaoge's perspective, the core attribute of love, or rather, the first attribute, was monopolization, followed by other attributes. It was the same for others and oneself. It was the same for a man towards a woman, and a woman toward a man. Monopolization didn't mean being exclusive. Only, while he desired to monopolize the other party, if their feelings were deep to a certain extent, he would be willing to satisfy the other party's desire to monopolize him as well. As such, he had always been searching and waiting for Feng Yinsheng. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. However, after being separated for such a long time, normally speaking, their feelings would have already faded. What was left might only be a kind of obsession. It was an obsession of wanting to see the other party no matter what. It was an obsession of wanting this relationship to have a conclusion. There were only a few people who were as loving as Yin Di and Xue Chuqing. As Yin Zhaoge thought about it carefully, he realized that Feng Yunxing's voice and smile were still vivid in his heart, and it tugged at his heartstrings. In this aspect, he was very similar to Yin Di. However, after they met, he first had to properly teach this runaway wife of his, who had almost turned him into a wife stone. Am I being too insensitive? Yin Zhaoge thought, trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. Oh, I remember now. The corner of his mouth twitched a little. The divinity devil bestowment. In the end, I'm not the one who failed to be a husband and got beaten up instead, right? Did you discover anything here? Yu Jinbei asked and interrupted Yin Zhaoge's random thoughts. Yin Zhaoge straightened his expression and looked around. The concealed sovereign cleaned everything up very cleanly. It's within my expectations. However, after traveling around the world beyond worlds again, I'm even more certain about one of my previous thoughts. He said softly, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, might be trying to take advantage of the situation. Although I still don't understand, other than my mother's area latitude formation, the exalted solar luminary seems to have other arrangements. Everything is waiting for an opportunity. After all, he hoped to use the exalted with luminary, shout Juanhuang's successor to lure the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong back to the world beyond worlds. Now that Suo Mingzhong had returned, the upcoming chaos in the world beyond worlds might be the opportunity that Gao Han had been waiting for. In the following period of time, Yin Zhaoge was planning his own arrangements while studying the spatial heavenly scripture and hearts, heavenly scripture that he obtained from Suo Mingzhong and Qinchuanzhou. At a certain moment, a piece of news arrived. The exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun, had finally returned to the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1291. When Yin Zhaoge heard from the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, that the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun, had finally returned to the world beyond worlds, he let out a long sigh. It's about to begin. He checked his arrangements for the last time and calculated, it's still a little rushed. It would be best if he had more time. However, that would be too idealistic. His opponent wouldn't wait for him according to his wishes. Yin Zhaoge remained calm. After making all the necessary arrangements, he said to the Astro Sovereign, sorry for troubling you, Your Majesty. I'll do my best. The Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong's expression was calm as well. He nodded lightly. Then, Yin Zhaoge left the world beyond worlds and arrived at the cosmic void outside of the boundaries. His main body headed towards the Pill Hall, where he had concealed his tracks, while the North Ocean clone headed towards another direction. Currently, in the cosmos outside of the world beyond worlds, a silhouette was sitting quietly with his legs crossed. Although they were separated by layers of void and boundless distance, the short-haired man's silhouette could be seen clearly by everyone in the cosmos. Wherever he was, it was as if he was the center of the cosmos. At the same time, he seemed to be everywhere. It was the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhong. In front of him stood an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. The old man's gaze was gentle, but his expression was solemn. Yin Zhaoge, who had seen his portrait countless times, naturally recognized him. He was the head of the world beyond worlds, three sovereigns, the earthly sovereign. Now he had ascended to the virtual immortal realm and became the heavenly monarch, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshun. Just by the two of them standing there, the heavens and earth were dimmed, and everything around them was dimmed. It was as if only the two of them were real within the cosmos, and everyone else was just an illusion. As the North Ocean clone got closer, the familiar sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded in his ears again. However, the sonorous voice of the great Tao didn't suppress him at all. Instead, it felt even more profound, and he benefited a lot from it. When he got closer, he could see the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, and the Concealed Sovereign, Yang Su, standing beside Suo Mingzhong and Jiangshun. Sensing the North Ocean clone's approach, the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshun, and the Concealed Sovereign, Yang Su's gazes moved slightly and looked over. The Northern Ocean clone had a composed expression on his face as he cupped his hands in greeting. For seniors, forgive me for only coming here as a clone. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. A descendant of fellow Taoist Yin Xintong, Jiang Shun smiled slowly. While this old man has not been the world beyond worlds for a long time, the name of the fallen deity still resounds like thunder in my ears. There was no trace of mockery on his face. Instead, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. As a grand virtual immortal exalt, facing Yin Zhaoge, who had yet to push open the immortal door and was still in the martial saint realm, Jiangshan's tone was very calm, as if he was an old man casually chatting with Yin Zhaoge. An outstanding young man, like you will definitely achieve great things in the future. An old man like me should help protect you and pass on the torch. Only then will there be hope for the revival of our orthodox Taoism. Jiangshan slowly shook his head. Unfortunately, fate makes fools of people. You became Yin Yoming's successor, and your mother is a legitimate descendant of Bright Connection Hu. The Northern Ocean clone said, "Forgive this Yan's impertinence, but Elder Zhang's words are a little off. What the dim radiant and Bright Connection Emperors did in the past not only benefited us juniors. Even you and the concealed sovereign benefited from it. After the immeasurable Heavenly Lord obtained all of the Heavenly Essence Stones, he doesn't have to forcefully capture them. As long as the Taoism martial art practitioners know of his existence, no matter where they are, as long as he's willing, he can directly illuminate them through space." The Northern Ocean clone looked at Jiangshan. Even a heavenly monarch like you, who has already achieved 5 Qis unification, might not be an exception. Jiangshan didn't feel offended. He said plainly, "It's true. Whether it's Yin Yuming and who used their authority for personal gain or something, it's hard to say even now." He paused for a while before saying, "If it's true, we have to admit that not only this old man owes them a favor, but their contributions will also benefit the entire Orthodox Taoism. However, currently, and for a long time in the future, we can't publicly acknowledge them and praise them. In fact, even if it's true, what we're doing now won't change." The old man said calmly, "With the current situation, we have to do many things that go against our own will. However, no matter how difficult it is, we can only do it. All the merits and demerits now will be judged by the future generations. What we have to do now is to fight for a future for the future generations." Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's expression didn't change at all. However, what kind of future would that be? It's true that the heretics are powerful now, and it's not easy to defeat them. However, it's also because of this that they won't let us, the Orthodox Taoism, rise up again. If it was still within the heretics' control, they might ignore it. However, once there were signs of it going out of control, they would definitely attack it. Even if it wasn't a destructive attack, it would definitely cause a huge setback and return to a controllable safe range. It was just like rearing sheep and then shearing the sheep. Under the situation where they kept a low profile and were under the control of others, unless there was a huge external change, it was almost impossible to break through such a seal from the inside. The situation isn't always the same. Jiangshan clearly understood what Yin Zhaoge meant. He said calmly, "The world is far more complicated than what most people know. However, it might not necessarily be a change that's beneficial to us." Yin Zhaoge was similarly calm. Jiangshan didn't object. No one could guarantee that the world would change as they expected and that everything would be beneficial to them. Even a future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord couldn't do it. Facing this heavenly monarch bigwig who had an irreconcilable grudge against his sect, Yin Zhaoge remained calm. "Although I'm not on the same path as you, your efforts for the revival of Taoism are still praiseworthy. You've contributed a lot to the world beyond world's development." As he spoke, he calmly looked at the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan. "However, the world beyond worlds, even the roving jade heavens, and all of the 3 clear lineages have hope of reviving. The southern extremity longevity emperor, the incongruence divine mother, the exalted wood luminary, the dim radiant emperor, the bright connection emperor, and the others have also contributed a lot." The North Ocean clone extended his hand and flipped the back of his palm. "It's unrealistic to hope for us to give in and pay a part of the price in exchange for time and space. After all, our opponents wouldn't agree to it. The current fragile balance isn't because the heretics are kind to us. It's because we, the Orthodox Taoism, have borrowed the opportunity of the Pure Land and the Immortal Court restraining each other to carve out a path of survival. Other than the immortal court and the blessed land's mutual restraint, the most important reason why the heretics didn't completely fall out with us and made up their mind to annihilate our three clear lineage is because our three clear lineage has at least three heavenly lords. Chapter 1292. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother were hovering by the outskirts. Once the immortal court or the blessed lands carried out a destructive attack on the world beyond worlds or the roving jade heavens, even if they didn't take revenge immediately, they would do so in the future. The immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha spent most of the time staring at each other. If they were careless and got entangled by their opponents, it would be hard for them to escape. Then, the three heavenly lords from the orthodox Taoism would attack at the same time, causing a large-scale massacre in the heretics. Similarly, it could cause a destructive blow and destroy the foundation of their incense and faith power. With that, the heretics who suffered damage wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. Only the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others would have to take a huge risk. They might not be able to achieve their goals. They wouldn't do it unless they had no other choice. Just like what the exalted Earth luminary Jiang Shun had said, the current world situation was very complicated. The world didn't only have the immortal court and the blessed lands. At least, as far as Yin Zhaoga knew, there were also the demon race and the 9 underworlds. As they intertwined with each other, no one could guarantee that the world would change according to their wishes. Due to this, the three clear lineage that had been severely weakened after the Great Calamity managed to find a chance to revive by utilizing the fragile balance. Currently, the immortal court and the blessed lands couldn't put aside their conflicts and work together to deal with the orthodox Taoism's lineage. However, as the three clear lineage grew stronger, other forces would be wary of them. The internal conflicts and conflicts within the three clear lineage were also one of the reasons why the heretics could tolerate the world beyond worlds. With one inside and the other outside, they were secretly helping each other. If the heretics wanted to touch one of them, the other would either intentionally or unintentionally hold them back, forming a form of protection. The existence and basic attitude of the world beyond worlds allowed the immortal court to not oppress the world beyond worlds so harshly, allowing them to develop to a certain extent. As for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others outside, they were constantly looking for opportunities. They were looking for the other party's loopholes, as well as their own opportunities. Only, the two sides had serious differences in their grasp of propriety, as well as who was the main and who was the support. If not for that, how could the internal strife be hidden from the eyes of others? Did they think the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha? The existence of a North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the prime clear incongruence Divine Mother, the three heavenly lords are indeed our greatest reliance. The exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shun, said calmly. However, the heretics are powerful. We have no choice but to be cautious. Our goal is not to perish together with the heretics. Looking at Jiang Shun, Yin Zhaoga sighed softly. Connecting this to what the other party had said before, he had a rough idea of what the other party was thinking. Even if the dim radiant emperor and the bright connection emperor had truly achieved unparalleled feats in the past, they wouldn't be publicly acknowledged for a long time to come. Not only that, the hunt for the descendants of the two emperors would still be carried out in order to quell the rage of the immortal court and prevent them from taking revenge on the entire world beyond worlds. Perhaps it was precisely because the two emperors had plundered the heavenly origin stone's fragments that their contributions would last for generations. In order to further stabilize and protect the fruits of their victory, they had to try their best to avoid the negative effects of this matter in the future. Therefore, some sacrifices were unavoidable. I understand what old man Jiang is thinking. Unfortunately, I can't agree with you. It doesn't matter if you have the same standards for others or yourself. Yin Zhaoga raised his eyebrows lightly. On one hand, this matter involves my and my mother's lives. On the other hand, doing this might seem like sacrificing a few to save the majority. However, more intangible things have been sacrificed. Although we always say that as long as one is still alive, there will always be hope, some intangible things would be hard to awaken once they are sacrificed and castrated. Yin Zhaoge let out a turbid breath. A bad life is better than a good death. Perhaps this might be a wise saying for the commoners. However, to us martial art practitioners, it's not something good. Jiang Shun remained silent. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su, who had been smiling without saying a word, suddenly said, "Therefore, everything has been carried out in secret. On one hand, it's because the immeasurable heavenly Lord's illumination is too tyrannical. On the other hand, isn't it also because of this consideration? If it weren't for the fallen deity and you guys always going against our expectations, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent." Yin Zhaoge said plainly. Indeed, those below the Exalt Martial Saint realm wouldn't know about it. However, those who have reached the Exalt realm and those who have pushed open the immortal door would know about it. This Yin has already interacted with the world beyond worlds, 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. Their attitudes are more neutral. Those who don't completely agree with you guys can be ignored. Those who completely agree with you guys, including the 2 of you, are able to maintain a clear mind, a firm will, and be able to differentiate between endurance and avoidance. How many of them are able to do so? Yang didn't get angry when he heard this. He only laughed lightly. As expected, those who walk different paths can't work together. What a pity, what a pity. What the fallen deity said isn't without reason. Jiang Shun said gently, only the logic is the same. How many of them are able to differentiate between being proactive and being reckless? Yin Zhaoge also smiled. For someone like the exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shun, who had lived for such a long time and had experienced so many things, how could his beliefs easily waver? Therefore, in the end, it was still the same. Those who walk different paths can't work together. Seeing the North Ocean clone's expression, Jiang Shun knew that although the person in front of him was young, he was also someone with his own ideas. He shook his head regretfully and turned to look at the exalted fire, So Mingzhong, who was sitting in the void with his eyes closed. Before the fallen deity, the most talented martial art practitioner I've seen was Daoist. His talent surpassed this old man by countless times. Unfortunately, he's the one who brought a huge calamity to our 3 clear lineage. Daoist Suo's momentary anger might seem impressive, but he only cares about his own happiness. The consequences will have to be borne by all of us. Not only the world beyond worlds, even the prime clear lineage's roving jade heavens, and even the entire Dao universe that we're currently in, might encounter a huge calamity. Jiang Shun's gaze was heavy. When this calamity arrives, all of our efforts since the great calamity might go to waste if we don't handle it carefully. Suo Mingzhong opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shun calmly. Jiang Shun looked straight at him. I've known you for thousands of years. You're used to being alone. Perhaps you're capable of shouldering the burden on your shoulders. However, the heretics wouldn't care about this. They would only put the blame on us, the orthodox Taoism's disciples. Now that the heretics are powerful, we still haven't accumulated enough strength to go against them. Even if the North Star Emperor and the others attacked the heretics, it would only be taking revenge. It wouldn't help the 3 clear lineages' damaged foundation. Suo Mingzhong stood up from the void. However, he didn't look at Jiang Shun anymore. If the North Star Emperor has something to say, just say it. There's no need to borrow Jiang Shun's mouth. As he stood up, the entire Dao universe seemed to tremble. Everything within the universe seemed to have disappeared, and only Suo Mingzhong remained. Chapter 1293. Yu Jinbei and Yang Su weren't the only 2 tranquil, profound immortals that seemed to have disappeared. Even the exalted Earth luminary, Jiang Shun, who was also a grand virtual immortal, seemed to have disappeared. The world beyond worlds, roving jade heavens, and even other lower realms and foreign dimensions had disappeared as well. It was as if only the tall, short-haired man truly existed in the universe. As for the exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong, he seemed to have disregarded everything else in the universe. His attention was continuously extending towards a faraway place. Jiangshan wasn't angered by Suo Mingzhang's disregard. His expression was a little complicated. Other than praising, he also felt pity. When the rest of us were still working hard on the duo Chi's fused aura, he had already passed the pure, profound tribulation. The concealed sovereign, Yang Su's voice resounded. Even though he refined the evil Qi that was the hardest to fuse with other immortal Qis to become a true immortal, he was faster than us. Yang Su lowered his head and smiled. Chun Xuanzong and I are still troubled by the 5 Qis unification. Taoist Jiang, you've only just reached this realm, but he had already passed the profound origin tribulation for countless years. I really want to know what realm he has reached. Jiang Shun remained silent, but he agreed with Yang Su's words. He, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua, were all born before the Great Calamity. However, they were still behind Suo Mingzhang in breaking through to the profound immortal realm. When a new Kunlun 9 luminaries established the world beyond worlds, although they were all in the true immortal realm, they were all extraordinary and talented individuals. However, Jiang Shun had never heard of someone as talented as Suo Mingzhang, even during the flourishing age of martial arts before the Great Calamity. Because of that, he felt even more pity. Taoist saw, what I said earlier was from the bottom of my heart. I wasn't announcing the decree on behalf of His Majesty. Jiang Shun said softly, however, you should sympathize with His Majesty. Why are you making things difficult for him? Within the universe, the trembling caused by Suo Mingzhang suddenly showed signs of calming down. 6 majestic starlights lit up at the same time. They were extremely graceful, as if they were descending from the heavens. As the 6 stars appeared, the universe was no longer the same as before. Suo Mingzhang was no longer the only reality. Wherever the starlight passed, the Tao universe seemed to have manifested the human realm. The sharpness of weapons and a harsh, killing intent suffused the area. Even more shocking than all the dangerous situations that Yin Zhaoge had previously experienced. It was as if all the people and matters related to war, slaughter, and warfare from the ancient times to the present were gathered here at this moment. An unprecedented, vicious aura appeared in front of the world. However, there was a degree of restraint and restraint. At this moment, the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, felt as if he had returned to the state when he pushed open the gate of immortality and was still in the mortal realm. Between heaven and earth, he once again left the 9 heavens and landed back on the ground. And Jiang Shun and Yang Su, at this time, were still in the sky, looking down at him. Behind them, a grand will manifested. Although the figure couldn't be seen, it was the ruler of this world. The sky split apart, and 6 stars stood side by side. They were like eyes, and no sadness or joy could be seen as they stared at Yu Zhenbei and Yin Zhaoge. Wherever his gaze passed, the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens, and the lower worlds seemed to fall into his eyes. Yin Zhaoge muttered, North Star Emperor. Yin Zhaoge wasn't unfamiliar with the person who came this time. Before the Great Calamity, he had seen him in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. One of the Taoism's 4 imperials, the North Star Upper Palace's Heavenly Sovereign Emperor. He controlled the myriad gods diagram, the heaven, earth, and human. The North Star Emperor was in charge of all living beings, as well as all matters related to war. Before the Great Calamity, he was also one of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's bigwigs. In the past, I didn't expect such a day to come. Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze and became calm again. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, turned around and bowed towards the 6 stars in the sky. Your Majesty. Yu Zhenbei, who was within the void, and the exalted water luminary, Chun Xuanzong, who was not far away from the world beyond worlds, also bowed towards the 6 stars that seemed to be everywhere, North Star Emperor. Within the roving jade heavens, the group of prime, clear bigwigs felt something as long as they weren't in seclusion. They looked at the 6 stars in the sky and bowed after a slight silence. North Star Emperor. Those with lower cultivation looked at the starlight in the sky and were at a loss at first. Then, they quickly recalled the legend and became excited. Most of the people who didn't understand the current situation only knew that a legendary figure in Taoism's history had manifested and descended. To the Taoism martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity, this was undoubtedly a great encouragement. As for those with lower cultivation, they didn't know what was going on. They only felt a sense of peace. The circulation of the world's spirit chi and the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars seemed to have become even more mystical. Currently, within the Tao universe, there was only one person who stood outside the starlight that enveloped the world. The exalted fire, Suo Mingzhong. Different from Yu Jinbei, who seemed to have returned to the ground, although the current Suo Mingzhong wasn't the only true profundity of the universe, he still stood outside the world. He wasn't in the sky, nor was he on the ground. He wasn't in the middle either. This world couldn't contain him, and it couldn't cover him. Jiang Shun and Yang so looked over and saw a brilliance flashing on top of Suo Mingzhong's head. It was like a flower, and it was mysterious and hard to describe with words. No wonder he could kill people without restraint in front of 2 heretic heavenly lords. He was unstoppable. Yangtze seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. Grand virtual immortal, 5 Chi's unifications. The sonorous voice of the great Tao would follow with every movement. With this foundation, the following cultivation would be to cultivate the 3 flowers above the crown step by step. With the 3 flowers converged crown, one would step into a whole new world and achieve the grand heavenly immortal realm. One could cultivate alongside the world and become a heavenly lord. The 3 flowers were also the 3 splendors. Currently, 2 rays of brilliance appeared on top of Suo Mingzhong's head. He was a genius, and his strength was tyrannical. With the 2 flowers converged crown, even heretic heavenly lords couldn't do anything to him. He forcefully withstood their attacks, killed a group of immortal court experts, and escaped safely. Within the Pill Hall, the coiling dragon crutch of one of the heavenly monarch experts of the heavenly court's divine palace, the longevity god, was broken by him. If it wasn't for the fact that his attention was focused on other aspects, the white deer demon, who had cultivated to become an immortal in the previous era, lived through the change of era, and survived the Great Calamity, would have been killed by him on the spot. At this moment, even when facing the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, Suo Mingzhong still remained calm with the 2 flowers above his head. He didn't bow, nor did he speak. He only stared at the 6 rays of starlight quietly. Within the starlight, a weird syllable resounded. It was hard to understand the meaning behind it, but it felt very natural. It seemed like the most primitive language in the world of creation should be like this. The current language was just an interpretation and imitation of it. The 6 rays of starlight descended and enveloped Suo Mingzhong's body, as if they were trying to take him away. Chapter 1294. The 6 majestic starlights converged into one and enveloped Suo Mingzhong's body. Auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and streak after streak of golden radiance scattered down, weaving into countless spiritual words that filled the void of the universe. Just now, he was only suppressing his aura. But now, Great Emperor Gaochen was finally making a move personally. Although the North Star Emperor's attack wasn't targeting the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei and Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, the 2 still felt immense pressure. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, was still fine. Only his immortal aura circulation was suppressed, and his body was stiff, making it hard for him to move. Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone was merely an immortal bridge martial saint. Facing the North Star Emperor, the difference between a mortal and an immortal was akin to a speck of dust. At this moment, even his thoughts had slowed down. His clone seemed like it was going to be refined by Great Emperor Gaochen and no longer belonged to him. Although the North Star Emperor didn't do it intentionally and was just casually affected by it, the North Star Emperor's attack was not intentional. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this, secretly circulating the peerless heavenly scripture in advance. Only then was he barely able to re-establish his connection with the Northern Ocean clone, not losing his clone in such a muddle-headed manner. Yin Zhaoge did not underestimate the might of the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor in the slightest. Among the grand heavenly immortals of the Orthodox Tao sect, there were strong and weak grand heavenly immortals. As for the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, who was one of the four imperials, he was naturally not an ordinary person. The vicious and murderous aura wasn't revealed, but it was profound, difficult to fathom and difficult to ascend. It was as if an immortal voice descended from the nine heavens. Being shrouded by the starlight, Suo Mingzhang's figure seemed to be unable to stand alone in this world. He seemed to have been brought into the world and fell into the mortal world. He could only lower his head and listen to the decree of the celestial immortals. The thunder and the rain were all heavenly grace. The North Star Emperor who rules over the human world doesn't contain any killing intent when he attacks. It seems like he doesn't intend to kill the exalted fire luminary here. Yin Zhaoge thought. He wants to suppress the exalted fire and bring him away. Jiang Shun and Yang Su stood where they were without moving. However, the difference between heaven and earth made them feel as if they were standing above the clouds, overlooking Suo Mingzhang's group of three who were in the dirt of the mortal world. Taoist, His Majesty is magnanimous and is willing to take care of you. Don't miss this opportunity. Quickly leave with His Majesty, Jiang Shun advised. His voice also seemed ethereal and distant under the auspicious clouds and starlight, as if he was an immortal emissary announcing the decree on behalf of the heavens. Suo Mingzhang's body was still standing straight, but the whole thing seemed to be shaking. It was as if someone was trying to uproot a towering tree. Jiang Shun, you may have forgotten, but I haven't. Suo Mingzhang's eyes turned cold. This young friend Yin and his mother are descendants of Junwang. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand, raised it to his chest, and then slashed forward horizontally. As his arm slashed out, a horizontal line appeared in the void wherever it passed. This horizontal line was above all other existences. At this moment, in front of Suo Mingzhang, everything seemed to become real. Even the heaven and earth created by the North Star Emperor became flat like a painting. It was no longer three-dimensional, profound. Suo Mingzhang jumped out of this world again, and his body immediately became stable and unshakable. This slash directly severed heaven and earth, severed the universe, and severed the changes of creation. The starlight that great monarch Gaochen used to capture him was also severed. Heaven severing scripture. Concealed sovereign Yang muttered to himself. The exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang's enlightenment in martial arts was in the fire dragon world of the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. It originated from an incomplete Taoist martial arts manual. Although it was the void heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage, there were too many flaws in it. Suo Mingzhang continued to comprehend and research, and gradually stepped onto a different path. A path of no return in the eyes of many. In the beginning, it was only the beginning. But as Suo Mingzhang obtained more supreme martial arts of the jade clear lineage, he walked deeper and deeper on that path, cultivating the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse. Throughout the ages, there were many outstanding people. Just like cultivating the three clear lineages, there were also people who tried to cultivate the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse. Cultivating the jade clear lineage in reverse and cultivating the prime clear lineage in reverse seemed to have some similarities. But the difference was still huge. All those who tried this path had failed. However, Suo Mingzhang succeeded. He created a supreme martial art manual called the Anti-Heaven Scripture, also known as the Anti-Essence Scripture, and used it to push open the immortal door. After coming to the Tao universe and coming into contact with more orthodox Taoism teachings, Suo Mingzhang didn't change his path and start anew. However, he didn't become arrogant just because of his own creation. He collected the anti-heaven scripture and the various supreme martial arts of Taoism, removing the impurities and keeping the essence, and reached a higher level. It was for the heaven-severing scripture, the creation of the heavens and earth, the changes of creation, and the destruction of all living beings, returning to nothingness. This was the principle of the great Tao. But now, this path of creation was going to be cut off and stopped by someone. There was no decline after reaching the peak. It didn't matter if one was in the ascendant or at the peak. It would stop when one said to stop, and the law would be enforced. The momentum of the heavens and earth surged forward. Those who dared to obstruct, it would be crushed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the heaven-severing scripture, if a huge mountain blocked the path, the chariot would be destroyed and the person would die. The current Suo Mingzhong naturally hadn't reached the terrifying level of forcefully stopping an era and obstructing the creation. However, when the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal, the heavenly Lord North Star Emperor, made his move, it was also forcefully stopped by him. His heaven-severing scripture is getting more and more refined. Jiang Shun seemed to be praising and sighing at the same time. After making his move, Suo Mingzhong didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Shun and Yang Su. He punched out. His fist was like an axe, yet it wasn't an axe. It was like a banner, yet it wasn't a banner. It broke through the heavens and earth, and crimson flames appeared. Under the shroud of the terrifying power, Yang Su's body stiffened, and he couldn't move at all. The darkness protecting his body was instantly cleansed. Jiang Shun's expression was solemn. He punched out towards the flames, and the heavy earth was manifested. It was as heavy as creation and as thick as all living beings. Suo Mingzhong didn't even look at it, and his fist continued moving forward. At this moment, the flames turned into stars. The terrifying flames didn't explode outwards. Instead, they kept collapsing inwards. In an instant, an incomparably heavy feeling appeared with Suo Mingzhong's fist as the center. An immeasurable weight collapsed and gathered at one point. It was even heavier than the earth manifested by Jiang Shun. It was as if a real star was collapsing and being annihilated. With a single punch, the thick earth was shattered. This punch from Suo Mingzhong could almost shatter the world beyond worlds. Above the 9 heavens, starlight once again fell down, protecting Jiang Shun and his companion, blocking that incomparably heavy flaming iron fist. Intercept, however, as Suo Mingzhong exerted the profundity of the sky-severing book again, the starlight was once again cut off by him. His fist continued to move forward and continued to strike. At this moment, the starlight suddenly became austere. Endless murderous aura burst out, blocking Suo Mingzhong's starlight from reforming, and then it was also annihilated. The two sides collided. Suo Mingzhong's figure retreated, and his fist did not hit Jiang Shun and Yang Su. The strength of the North Star Emperor was not something that heretic heavenly venerables could compare to. But everyone understood that even a golden overarching heavenly immortal, one of the 4 imperials of the Tao sect, was unable to deal with Suo Mingzhong. The tall, short-haired man stood calmly amid space as he glanced in the direction of the world beyond worlds. Jiang Shun, who had dodged a bullet, did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he sighed softly, "It's too late." Before he finished speaking, the Tao universe shook once again. One after another, powerful auras filled the space and stepped into this place. Treasured lights shone continuously. Although their momentum wasn't as strong as the North Star Emperor's starlight, there were many of them, and they formed an overwhelming momentum. The group of Immortal Court's experts had finally descended upon the Tao universe. Chapter 1295. For a moment, the entire Tao universe was shaken. Space was in a mess, and the space was constantly folding. Time was slowly coming to a standstill. At this moment, many living beings within the universe seemed to have fallen into a state of unawareness. Only a handful of top-notch existences could maintain themselves. Currently, there were only a handful of people who were ruling over this universe. They were existences that could be counted with one's fingers. This time, for Suo Mingzhong, a heretic heavenly lord personally came to the Tao universe. The North Star Emperor's starlight protected the world beyond worlds. Within the void, a voice resounded. It was weird and hard to distinguish, as if it was the voice of the great Tao. The heretic grand heavenly immortal's voice wasn't as profound as the North Star Emperor's. However, even the tranquil profound immortal couldn't understand the meaning behind it. As for Yin Zhaoge, because he had interacted with the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity, he could barely understand it. The North Star Emperor has given his all. However, someone doesn't know what's good for him and is seeking his own death. Let us fulfill his wish. The horrifying and surging power manifested, causing space to tremble. It was ready to be unleashed. As expected, he's a heavenly monarch from the orthodox Taoism, who joined the heretics. Yin Zhaoge thought. He still had some respect for the North Star Emperor. In this era, the era before that, the era before that, the investiture of the gods era, and the era before the journey to the West era, there were fewer and fewer news about the many famous experts. Before the great calamity, other than the immortal divinities that were conferred by the heavenly court's divine palace, there were very few bigwigs that were active in the previous two eras. There will always be talented people in every generation, and the new generation will replace the old. In this era, the most outstanding legendary Taoism bigwigs were mostly in the heavenly court's divine palace. Among them, the Taoism's four imperials were the representatives. They were high and mighty, and their names resounded throughout the ages. Those who came from the heavenly court's divine palace will be the clearest about how strong the North Star Emperor was. Since he had already entered the heretic path celestial court, everything that happened in the past was like yesterday's death, and the status of the past were all illusory. However, they could disrespect the North Star Emperor, but they couldn't ignore his strength. However, this didn't affect what they were about to do. The three clear lineage in the heavenly court's divine palace were already in the past. They were the current orthodox Taoism. In the end, it's still. Jiang Shun's face was filled with helplessness and fatigue. He turned to look at the sword sovereign. Yu Jinbei, reconsider. Old Jiang, you should know that I'm not biased towards either the North Star Emperor or the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yu Jinbei answered with a solemn expression. I've been in the world beyond worlds all these years just to fulfill my promise. Now that our agreement has ended, we don't owe each other anything. However, all of Yu Jinbei's knowledge came from my master. Now that my master's descendant is in trouble, I will do my best to help him. Jiang Shun sighed and shook his head in pity. You are the most outstanding of your generation. I have to thank my master for nurturing me. Yu Jinbei said calmly, even if I were to die here today, I would merely be returning my master's favor. Seeing this, Jiang Shun sighed again and said no more. Apart from the treasure confinement heavenly monarch and the main smallpox emerald cloud progenitor, how do I address the other two? Suo Mingzhong looked calm as he looked at the precious light imbued with the power of will. Previously, when he wreaked havoc in the immortal court, he had already crossed paths with two heretic heavenly immortals. Although Suo Mingzhong was someone born after the great calamity, he was still a legendary figure in the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. After crossing paths, Suo Mingzhong naturally knew about his background. Not 3, but 4. Jiang Shun frowned, and his expression turned solemn. Excluding the experts below the heavenly monarch realm, the 4 heretic immortal court heavenly lords descended upon the Tao universe. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Previously, other than the immortal gods conferred by the heavenly court's divine palace, the bigwigs from the investitures of the gods era and the journey to the West era rarely appeared in this era. Now 2 of them had arrived. The treasure confinement heavenly monarch, Chao Bao, was a rogue immortal during the investitures of the gods era. He had nothing to do with the world and lived a carefree life. After getting involved in the investiture of the gods' great war, he entered the heavenly court's divine palace and was conferred as one of the 4 righteous gods under the profound altar, the treasure confinement heavenly monarch. In some legends, he was called the Treasure Confinement Heavenly Lord. However, in this era's history, the Treasure Confinement Heavenly Monarch was the correct name. However, ironically, the title of the Treasure Confinement Heavenly Lord might be befitting of it now. As for the main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch, he was also a prime clear expert during the investitures of the gods era, Yu Hualong. After entering the heavenly court's divine palace, his title was the smallpox righteous god. His title couldn't be shortened because there was another emerald cloud origin monarch. She was the Mount Tai Empress, whose full title was the heavenly immortal jade maiden Mount Tai Empress. Now, he could also call this main smallpox emerald cloud origin monarch as the main smallpox emerald cloud origin lord. Both of them survived the great calamity and joined the heretics. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. Then, the other two, the profound voice resounded throughout the cosmos, and Yin Zhaoge listened attentively. Your strength is outstanding. Indeed, you're qualified to ask for our titles. Although he joined the heretics, the person who spoke didn't think that it was a humiliation. He also didn't think that it was inappropriate to announce his title. Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly. Zhao Jiang. Gao Jinong. Heavenly Monarch Zhao Jiang was an active prime, clear bigwig during the investitures of the gods era. After being defeated by the Jade, clear bigwig Zhu Lu's son, he entered the heavenly court's divine palace and became one of the Thunder Division's 24 heavenly monarchs. Black Killing Star Monarch Gao Jinong was also an active expert during the investitures of the gods era. He once killed the Jade Clear's third-generation disciple, the Three Mountains Bright Spirit Duke Huang Tianhua. After dying in the hands of Huang Tianhua's father, Huang Feihu, he entered the investitures of the gods and entered the heavenly court's divine palace as the Black Killing Star Monarch. None of them perished during the great calamity, and they joined the heretics. Now, they were all in the grand heavenly immortal realm. Heavenly immortals of the heretics were still heavenly immortals. When their cultivation reached a high level, it was basically impossible for them to fight against those of a higher level. In the entire world, someone like Suan Mingzhang, who fought against two heavenly immortals and killed the opposing heavenly monarch, was a special case. It was also because of this that the four heavenly immortals of the heretics came together this time. They didn't want the previous situation to happen again. The four heavenly lords were all heavenly monarchs of the orthodox Taoism. Their strength was extraordinary. The former heavenly monarch Zhao and the current heavenly lord Zhao, Zhao Jiang, were even more proficient in formations. Moreover, other than them, there were countless other experts of the immortal court gathered in the treasured light imbued with faith power. They must make sure that Suan Mingzhang wouldn't be able to escape. While they were surrounding the world beyond worlds, they were also keeping an eye on the North Star Emperor. If the North Star Emperor helped Suan Mingzhang, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. However, they wouldn't be the only ones who would take action next. This time, the immortal court even took the initiative to retreat and defend against the blessed lands. They wanted to spare some strength to kill the exalted fire luminary, Su Mingzhang. The awakened sky hall in the past was taken away by someone here. You must hand it over as well. The voice continued to resound. Other than the four heavenly immortals and some heavenly monarchs who were staring at Suan Mingzhang, the other experts of the immortal court started to get restless. Where is the successor of Yin Tianxia and Bright Connection Hu? Lights swayed in the void, and a heretic heavenly monarch gradually showed himself. Although he wasn't as oppressive as Suan Mingzhang and Jiang Shan, as he spoke, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, suppressing the mind and body of all martial art practitioners below the profound immortal realm. Behind him, more and more experts of the immortal court started showing themselves from the treasured light imbued with faith power and descended into the cosmic void. Although the treasured light was shining brightly, to Yin Zhaoge and the others, it was no different from dark clouds pressing down on a city. Chapter 1296. In a universe, rays of magnificent treasure light filled the air. While the four grand heavenly immortals of the heretic Tao hadn't manifested their true forms, their momentum had already enveloped the surrounding space-time of the world beyond worlds. The treasured light, imbued with the power of vow, gradually condensed into the form of the seven stars Teia's sword, hanging high in the sky. Wherever the sword pointed, the brilliance outlined a formation, which first surrounded the world. The great formation was contained but not exposed. It was drawn but not released. According to the number of the Tao, there was a thick body hidden within. The marvelousness of the hidden leap appeared everywhere. The changes were numerous. There was a red banner hidden inside. Wherever it waved, there was thunder above. There was fire below. It was celestial sovereign Zhao Zhang's technique. Beside the seven-star Teia's sword, there were three other vow-imbued treasure lights, each displaying their own divine abilities. Golden light, dark clouds, and buzzing sounds could be heard as they stood side by side. It was like a great calamity of the heavens and earth that swept through the creation of all living beings. The four great heavenly venerables of the heretic path could be said to have their own strengths. Some were good at formations, some were good at controlling poisonous beasts, some were good at evil arts, and some were good at restraining the enemy's treasures. Moreover, they had all attained the celestial body of great overarching heaven. Now, they had joined hands and surrounded exalted fire luminary in the center. Beneath the four heavenly lords, the other immortal realm heretic experts appeared one after another. Those with sufficient cultivation assisted in setting up the formation and besieging Suo Mingzhang. As for those with weaker cultivation, they surrounded the North Ocean clone and Yuzhen Bay. Although their cultivation level and strength were slightly weaker, there was no lack of grand virtual immortal heretic mighty beings among them. With every movement, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the heavens. Waves after waves of powerful intent started sweeping through the entire Tao universe, searching for the whereabouts of the hidden pill hall. It was as if beyond the nine heavens, the six streaks of starlight were still flickering. However, as their radiance descended, it only enveloped the world beyond worlds, as well as the thousands of lower worlds that were related to it. The starlight became quiet at this moment. It was not directed at Suo Mingzhang, nor was it directed at the heretic immortals. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, and the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had also retreated to the side and approached the range of the starlight. Looking at everything that was happening in front of them, it seemed like it couldn't be reversed. Since when did you have the right to act so presumptuously here? Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. The owner of the voice was exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang. The terrifying flame lit up and turned into a collapsing star. It was so heavy that it couldn't be any heavier. It fell in front of the immortal court. Due to the power formed by the collapse of the stars, many heretic immortals with lower cultivation bases were dragged towards it, like moths flying into a flame. You still dare to act violently. You're courting death. Black Killer Star Venerable Gao Jining flew into a rage. Streaks of black starlight condensed and turned into a black spear that pierced through the universe. Without any warning, it appeared near the dying star. The spear of black light pierced through the star and destroyed it. As the star exploded, the black light spear also broke. Quickly surrender. Don't cause so much trouble. You don't have the chance to struggle and drag others down with you. Heavenly Sovereign Zhao Zhang's vast voice rang out in the void. As the formation operated, thunder and fire burst out, submerging Suo Mingzhang's figure. The other three heretic heavenly venerables also made their moves. Suo Mingzhang stretched out his hand and drew a circle above his head. Wherever the arc passed, it seemed to draw an insurmountable barrier. All the terrifying power that approached it dissipated into nothingness. The storm-like attacks from before suddenly disappeared at this moment, turning into a clear sky for thousands of miles. It didn't change from strong to weak, or stop and stop. Instead, it stopped in an instant, changing from something to nothing. The people of the Immortal Court already knew about Suo Mingzhang's methods, so they weren't unfamiliar with it. The four great heavenly immortals' emotions didn't fluctuate, and they didn't stop attacking. They didn't feel angry, discouraged, frustrated because Suo Mingzhang stopped their attacks. Instead, they continued to attack continuously. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and they continuously pressed down on Suo Mingzhang. They wanted to combine the strength of the four of them and crush Suo Mingzhang with the momentum of an infinite flood. No matter how strong or how talented Suo Mingzhang was, he was still a grand virtual immortal. Under the endless attacks, they didn't believe that Suo Mingzhang wouldn't make a mistake. It didn't matter if they made a mistake, as grand virtual immortals and grand heavenly immortals couldn't hurt them. However, if Suo Mingzhang made a small mistake, he might not have a chance to turn things around. It was an unfair battle. At this moment, in the endless void outside of the Tao universe, a spiritual light flickered. It was moving around in the chaotic space, but it didn't move forward. The spiritual light carefully hid itself to avoid being discovered by the experts in the Tao universe. Within the light, a white-clothed youth figure appeared. His eyes were closed, and he was sitting with his legs crossed. The area latitude formation has been established, and the other preparations are in place. Unfortunately, the North Star Emperor is still around, so it's not easy to act. The white-clothed youth opened his eyes and smiled. Now that everything is ready, all that's left is the right thing to do. The white-clothed youth lowered his eyelids and didn't look into the Tao universe. I didn't expect the awakened Sky Hall to appear in this world. I wonder if I have the chance to obtain it. Haha, a man who's never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'll make the same mistake too. The white-clothed youth laughed and shook his head. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's not cause any unnecessary trouble. There aren't many chances to retrieve the 3-treasure jade scepter for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Let's consider the awakened Sky Hall in the future. One couldn't tell if his tone was mocking or praising. Sui Yanlong, you're the pinnacle of martial arts. However, I've spent so much effort to lure you back to cause such a ruckus. I'll need to make the ruckus bigger. The white-clothed youth said softly, You won't disappoint me, right? Seeing Suo Mingzhang being surrounded by the 4 heavenly lords of the Immortal Court, the other experts of the Immortal Court who were previously forced to stop due to Suo Mingzhang's attack became restless again. Upon seeing this, the tall short-haired man suddenly smiled. The surface of his skin started turning crimson red, as if there were flames burning within. As the flames spread, pieces of dragon scales appeared. On Suo Mingzhang's forehead, dragon horns started to appear faintly. His originally tall figure became even more majestic at this moment. He was born in the Astro Mountain Starry Seas Fire Dragon world. He had the blood of a human and a dragon, and he was half human and half dragon. As one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang's origin wasn't secret. When a demon transformed into a human, he might be beaten back to his original form. For an existence like Suo Mingzhang, who was half human and half dragon, he might return to his half-dragon form and reveal the characteristics of the dragon race when he was heavily injured. However, at this moment, his strength was strong. He didn't seem to be strong on the outside, nor did he look like he was suffering from a hidden injury. Instead, he was slowly transforming into a dragon, which made everyone on the spot feel a chill in their hearts. Suo Mingzhang's expression was calm. He was only looking around the universe. When he scanned through the world beyond worlds, his gaze revealed a rare sense of nostalgia. He turned his head and looked at Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone and the Sword Sovereign, Yuzhen Bei. I might only have a moment of leisure. After that, it'll depend on you guys. Chapter 1297. Looking at Suo Mingzhang, Yin Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, Senior Saw, please take care of yourself. This time, you are in a lot of danger. I know that it's not just the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Even a Mithriya Buddha might not like me. Suo Mingzhang smiled faintly. Mithriya Buddha won't let go of the opportunity to reap the benefits while the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is after me, but he will probably deliberately give the immeasurable heavenly Lord more time. If he couldn't hold on for that little bit of time, then there was naturally no need to mention anything else. If the future Buddha and the blessed lands could hold on for a little while longer, the immeasurable heavenly Lord would have no choice but to retreat and temporarily stop paying attention to the three clear lineage. Although they had hired helpers to guard against the future Buddha, the blessed lands would also pull in helpers. Therefore, in order to guard against the future Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had to personally oversee the immortal court. However, it was too difficult to survive this life and death race. It was so difficult that no one had enough confidence. Please take care of Juan Wang's slough. I may not be able to come back to visit him often. Suan Mingzhang sighed, which was rare. His whole body was covered in flames, and the dragon scales on his skin disappeared again. The dragon horns on his head also disappeared. The flames grew stronger and stronger, but Suan Mingzhang's appearance seemed to have returned to its original state. However, in the eyes of others, they felt that something was different. It was as though he had grown taller. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the 6 stars formed by Emperor Gaochun's starlight. Hearing the conversation between Suan Mingzhang and Yin Zhaoge, Jiang Shen's brows were already tightly furrowed. Seeing this, his entire body trembled slightly. Daoisa, have you really reached such a realm? Can you take that step now? Not now, but 1,000 years ago. Suan Mingzhang looked disappointed. It was as if the melodious sound of wind chimes rang in his ears again. Yes, 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when he returned to the Fire Dragon realm to visit his parents' graves and left the folding fan given to him by Xiao Junwang there, he could have taken this step. To him, taking this step was a matter of whether he wanted to or not whether he could or not. At that time, he didn't want to. If he were to take that step, he would be targeted by the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. He loved martial arts and was willing to study martial arts, but he would not fight to the death with others for no reason, especially when he knew that he would most likely lose. Even if he had to fight, it would be a battle that he himself wanted to fight. He wanted to experience the more profound principles of the world. At that time, he would be fearless even if he had to give up his life in order to pursue the Tao. Of course, he was even more unwilling to be enlightened by another. In order to avoid all of these, taking that step meant that he had to be like the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother. He had to hide in the void, half drifting and half hibernating. This was to prevent the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha from locking onto his whereabouts. Although it wasn't that he would completely hide from the world, there were still many restrictions. He did not want to, because he had more important things to do. They were looking for Xiao Junwang. At that time, it had been more than 1,400 years since Xiao Junwang had disappeared. Suan Mingzhang had been searching for more than 1,400 years, but to no avail. Therefore, he wanted to continue searching. Back then, in order to find Xiao Junwang, he had forced himself to stay in the current realm for 1,000 years and not cross that door. Now, in order to take care of Xiao Junwang's successor, he deliberately stayed in his current realm, waiting for his enemies to gather, and then he would deal with them once and for all. With the North Star Emperor protecting Jiangshan and Yang Su, he, who was at the virtual immortal realm, could not do anything to them. In that case, he would take that step and become a grand, overarching heavenly immortal. As for the treasured light imbued with energy in front of them, in the immortal court, all those below the heavenly venerable realm are ants. Suan Mingzhang's expression was no longer dejected. His eyes seemed to be gushing with flames as he swept his gaze across heavenly venerable Zhao, heavenly venerable treasure confinement, and the other heretic grand heavenly immortals. The heavenly venerables I'm talking about are the immeasurable heavenly venerables, not you guys. Under the heaven severing, nothing could penetrate it. The flames on the short-haired man's body had already engulfed the entire Tao universe, and was even spreading outwards. Sensing that something was amiss, the people of the immortal court didn't give Suan Mingzhang any time to react. Instead, they launched an even more violent attack. In an instant, a few heavenly immortals and many immortal realm experts joined hands. The violent energy ripples seemed to be able to tear the Tao universe apart. It was all because of great Emperor Gauchian suppression that this universe's space-time did not collapse. Jiang Shun and Yang Su nervously watched Suo Mingzhang's condition. Becoming a celestial immortal was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. From a martial sage to a genuine immortal, one had to undergo the immortal mortal tribulation. From a genuine immortal to a profound immortal, one had to undergo the pure profound tribulation. From a profound immortal to a virtual immortal, one had to undergo the profound origin tribulation. Similarly, to advance from virtual immortal to heaven immortal, one had to undergo the primordial heavenly tribulation, the origin heavenly tribulation that was even more terrifying than the mystic origin tribulation. Since ancient times, countless heaven monarchs had died under this tribulation. More people were afraid of it and were willing to stay in the heaven monarch realm, not daring to try it. At this moment, he was being besieged by so many experts, including 4 heaven immortals. How could Suo Mingzhang safely survive the tribulation and be besieged from both inside and outside? This made all the experts of the immortal court who had just become nervous relax. But in the next moment, Suo Mingzhang's eyes lit up. Tribulations were born from the body, from the inside out. Suo Mingzhang's entire body flickered with radiance, and all of it gathered in his eyes. Then it turned into billowing flames and gushed out from his pupils. The flame turned into a path to the sky, completely isolating Suo Mingzhang from the others. Everyone's heart sank when they saw this. He instantly passed the origin heavenly tribulation, subdued his own tribulation, and even turned the internal tribulation into an external tribulation, blocking these external enemies. Previously, when Suo Mingzhang said that he could reach the celestial immortal realm 1,000 years ago, everyone was still skeptical. But after seeing this scene, everyone no longer had any doubts. At this moment, the blazing flames separated the space and time of the universe. Suo Mingzhang was within it, as if he was no longer in this universe. Between the 2 flowers above his head, at the center, a 3rd flower gradually appeared. 3 flowers converge crown, 5 cheese unifications. Celestial immortal great Luo physique, immortal unrestrained body. Grand heavenly immortal realm. In the radiance, Suo Mingzhang's body began to gradually disappear. Only streaks of flames kept spitting out tongues of flame, and runes emerged from the flames, existing forever in the universe. A star rose in the sea of flames. It was not an illusory star, nor was it formed by Suo Mingzhang's own power, but a real star. At this moment, the vast and boundless void was touched by Suo Mingzhang. Many stars appeared in the raging sea of fire, one after another. As the stars shone brightly, boundless flames could be seen swallowing and spitting out flames from the surface of the stars. The blazing star heavenly fire and sun flames gathered towards the center, and their power became thicker and thicker. The sea of flames that Suo Mingzhang had transformed into seemed to have ignited the entire Tao universe. The flames crackled as they jumped, and a voice that was as profound as the North Star Emperor's voice resounded throughout the universe. Within the Tao universe, no matter if it was the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens, or the various lower realms of foreign dimensions, all living beings could hear this syllable. They could see the fiery light that covered the entire sky. At this moment, the miraculous thing was that although the voice was still profound, everyone could understand what was happening from it. The first heavenly lord was born among the new martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity. Chapter 1298. No matter if it was the world beyond worlds or the roving jade heavens, no matter which corner of the world they were in, they would only see a patch of dazzling fiery light that covered the skies and the sun, not to mention the other lower realms and foreign dimensions. Only fiery red could be seen everywhere in the world. After being hinted by the profound syllables, the mortals were mostly at a loss. They only felt fear towards the miraculous changes in the world and worshipped it. As for the Taoism martial art practitioners, they were all overjoyed after their initial astonishment. On this day, one of the four Imperials, the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor, showed himself. Then, a new expert after the Great Calamity ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. How could they not be excited? The miraculous phenomena in the sky indicated that this wasn't a dream. Those who knew about the current situation were even more shocked. Experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation looked up and could clearly see a tall, short-haired man in the midst of the sky, full of flames. He gradually broke through the sky and soared above the 9 heavens. Gradually, he became difficult to observe, difficult to fathom, and difficult to describe. Congratulations to the exalted fire for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Within the roving jade heaven's green duckweed mountain, 2 cave manors that had been sealed for years opened up at the same time. An old woman in her 60s with an elegant appearance was standing in the air above green duckweed mountain with a woman in her 30s dressed in green. When they exited seclusion, the entire green duckweed mountain was shaken. One of them was the vine sovereign who had been famous in the roving jade heavens for thousands of years. Anyone who saw her would address her as the old grandmaster. The other was the current #1 expert in the roving jade heavens, the #1 sword cultivator of the clear lineage, profound sovereign Gao Qingxian. Currently, the two of them bowed towards the fiery sea that was strolling in the sky of the roving jade heavens. Beside them, the Dragon Spring Emperor, the Ashen Spirit Valley's a Cloud Conquest Emperor, the Chunjun Emperor, Long Shueji, the Tranquil Earth Emperor, and the Truthful Truth Emperor, who were still recuperating, were all present. Behind them were the clear lineage of the roving jade heavens. Everyone bowed towards the fiery sea together with the profound sovereign and the vine sovereign. Congratulations to the exalted fire for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. The shock was mixed with helplessness, but there was also gratification in the helplessness. But besides the gratification, there was also fatigue, and besides the fatigue, there was also worry. The exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, who had mixed feelings in his heart, stood under the protection of the North Star Emperor's starlight. He watched as the flames got closer and closer and even started to ignite the starlight. As he let out a long sigh, he also bowed toward the sea of fire. The exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had a subtle expression on his face as he did the same. Congratulations to exalted fire luminary for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and achieving immortality. As there were too many bigwig experts in the Tao universe, it was extremely difficult to conceal themselves. Within the pill hall that was about to be revealed, a tall figure stood upright. His entire body was burning with flames. Under the cover of the flames, his figure alternated between a human and a huge sky halberd. Due to the light of the fire, no one could see his appearance clearly. At this moment, the fire suddenly dissipated, revealing the face of a resolute man. He also solemnly bowed towards the sea of fire that filled the universe. Also in the pill hall, the tall Tsangwa divine tree's branches and leaves suddenly trembled even more rapidly. A tree full of snow-white flowers floated down from the tree. There was no end to them, as if a snow had fallen. The old flowers kept falling. However, when they were illuminated by the fire, more new flowers bloomed, as if they were dyed with a layer of faint gold. Congratulations to exalted fire luminary for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm and achieving immortality. Within the boundless void outside of the Tao universe, a white-clothed young man was smiling within the speck of radiance. He bowed towards the Tao universe that was filled with flames. As expected, it's a grand occasion. Suan Mingzhang, you really didn't disappoint me. The white-clothed young man seemed to be praising and sighing. I have to thank you. With this, the North Star Emperor's attention will definitely be attracted by you. The immeasurable heavenly Lord will arrive soon, and all of you will have to retreat. Within the Tao universe, the sea of fire engulfed everything. It surrounded the North Star Emperor's starlight and the heretic immortal's treasured light imbued with faith power. Then it slowly lifted them up. The experts that descended here were about to be swept away by the flames and leave the Tao universe. Before the North Star Emperor shifts his attention back to the world beyond worlds, I will have sufficient time. The white-clothed young man clapped his hands and smiled. Everything is ready, and the east wind has arrived. As he was rejoicing, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Within the Tao universe, a streak of fiery light flew out and slashed towards the white-clothed young man's radiance. Gao Han, you used Juan Huang's descendant to borrow my blade to kill others. You've succeeded. It was Suo Mingzhang's voice. However, you'll have to pay a price for borrowing my blade. The white-clothed young man was one of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries along with Suo, Mingzhang, and Jiangshun. After that, he left the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe. He was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. The fiery light slashed apart the radiance Gao Han was hiding in like a hot knife through butter. Hiss! Gao Han's figure turned into a stream of light and retreated rapidly. His speed was raised to the maximum. On top of Gao Han's head, 2 rays of radiance also appeared. This was a veteran expert who had survived the great calamity like the exalted earth luminary, Jiang Shun, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, and the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. Not only had he reached the grand virtual realm of 5 Qis unification, he had also cultivated the 2 flowers converge crown and reached the virtual immortal peak. He was even stronger than Jiang Shun. However, facing the fiery light, Gao Han didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, Suo Mingzhang was invincible among those in the same realm. The fiery light caught up to Gao Han and slashed towards his head. There was no sun setting, no sun setting, no sun setting, and no dusk. It was as if the bright sun had turned into a dark night in an instant. Without any signs, it was cut off without any process. The brilliant sunlight immediately disappeared. One of the 2 flowers on top of Gao Han's head was destroyed. This wasn't a temporary defeat. It was a complete destruction. If he wanted to cultivate it again, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Gao Han's cultivation was directly reduced from the virtual immortal peak by a chunk by Suo Mingzhang. The fiery light's momentum was still present, and it continued slashing towards the other light on top of Gao Han's head. Suo Yanlong, your temper hasn't changed at all, Gao Han said slowly. He kept the remaining light on top of his head into his Naiwan palace. Then, he suddenly turned around and received Suo Mingzhang's attack. Although Suo Mingzhang was also from the 3 clear lineage, he didn't kill Gao Han. He only intended to slash off the 2 flowers on top of Gao Han's head and shatter the 5 Qis in his chest. Gao Han forcefully received this attack. Although he managed to preserve his cultivation, he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death. He quickly escaped and didn't dare to stay any longer. After that attack, Suo Mingzhang didn't chase after him. As the blazing sea of flames rose, it repelled the treasured lights imbued with faith power and left the Tao universe. Under the heaven severing, Suo Mingzhang ignored his opponent's attacks. It was as if he was a dam that could advance and forcefully push the flood back. Chapter 1299. Within the Tao universe, the flames were gradually dissipating. The starlight and the treasured light imbued with the power of faith also went far away. In places like the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens, the sea of flames that obscured the sky gradually receded. In the world beyond worlds' northern profound heaven territory, in the extreme north, the northern exalt raised his head and looked at the dissipating fiery light in the sky. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He has just ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, yet he already possesses such strength. As he was watching the show, his expression changed slightly, and he said, "As expected, we were still discovered." With a slight waver, the figure of the northern exalt had already disappeared. The next moment, a streak of starlight and a streak of fiery light appeared out of thin air nearly obstructing that fake northern exalt. The figure of the northern exalt swayed all over the world beyond worlds. However, before he could truly stop, starlight and fiery light would chase after him. Would demon, where do you think you're going? How troublesome. The impostor looked up at the sky and sighed. Then his aura surged. Do you think I'm one of those opportunists from the immortal court? As the devilish chi rampaged, not only did it shake the world beyond worlds, it even shook the entire Tao universe. Such an aura was naturally not something that a heretic grand heavenly immortal could compare to. It was even comparable to the North Star Upper Palace heavenly sovereign emperor, because it was one of the most ancient and peerless demon exalts of the 9 underworlds. One of the 12 devilish gods and devils, the wood devil of the 6 ultimate devils. Shadow Fiend. The 6 extinct demons had been replaced many times. They had perished and been reborn. Then, they had been destroyed by others and continued to seek a chance to be reborn. The only 2 exceptions were the inner demon and the Shadow Fiend. Ever since it was born, the Shadow Devil had existed in the world for a long time. It was even older than the North Star Upper Palace's heavenly sovereign emperor, and even older than heavenly venerable Zhao and the other powerhouses who had been active in this place for 2 epochs during the investiture of the gods' era. However, he was currently facing the attacks of 2 heavenly venerables from the Orthodox Taoism. Even among the 3 clear lineages of Taoism, the 2 of them were extraordinary grand heavenly immortals. The starlight and the fiery light didn't stop in the slightest. They struck down together, dispersing the layers of devil chi. The Shadow Devil abruptly changed his appearance, no longer possessing the appearance of the Northern Exalt. His body suddenly grew taller, his hair became shorter, and his whole body emitted the scorching aura of the starry heavenly flame. He had transformed into Suo Mingzhang's appearance. What was even more frightening was that when he transformed into Suo Mingzhang, his cultivation and strength seemed to be on par with the real Suo Mingzhang. However, there were still some extremely special exceptions that couldn't be changed. Intercept. As Suo Mingzhang uttered a strange syllable, the Shadow Devil's transformation came to an abrupt halt. The one who had appeared was a middle-aged man who resembled both the Northern Exalt and Suo Mingzhang. While he wasn't as tall as Suo Mingzhang, he wasn't as short as the stooped old Northern Exalt either. His hair was neither too long nor too short, and it was completely white. It wasn't as white as before, but it wasn't as black and shiny as a young man's. His appearance was also stuck between youth and old age. In terms of appearance, he bore some resemblance to Suo Mingzhang and some resemblance to the Northern Exalt. Even his cultivation and power were stuck in the middle awkwardly. Everything seemed to have been carried out midway, and without any warning or transition, it was forcefully stopped. Is that so? This is truly unprecedented profundity. The Shadow Devil's expression turned solemn, cultivating the supreme martial arts of the 3 clear lineages in reverse. No, it has already formed its own style, and even surpassed the primordial earlier heaven 3 scriptures and the numinous treasure immortal exterminating 4 swords. The unexpected change had caught the Shadow Devil off guard. The starlight and fiery light that hadn't lost their momentum were still hitting on his body. For a moment, black chi was emitted, as if he was bleeding. The Shadow Devil didn't bother anymore. He shook his head and crashed into the north of the world beyond worlds and entered the crack of the void. He didn't stop and flew all the way, leaving the world beyond worlds and the Tao universe. He entered the land of tranquil stream and returned to the 9 underworlds. The fiery light and starlight continued to chase after him. However, a surge of power came from the 9 underworlds and joined hands with the Shadow Devil to obstruct the fiery light and starlight. After chasing away the Shadow Devil, the fiery light and starlight didn't continue to chase after him. Instead, they continued to break through the void and left the Tao universe. At the same time, they clashed with each other during this process. Because the fiery light's target was Jiangshun and Yangsu, the North Star Emperor descended the starlight to protect Jiangshun and Yangsu, and sent them deeper into the void's outskirts. The group of heretic immortals that were pushed out of the Tao universe by Suo Mingzhang were naturally unwilling to give up. Seeing the conflict between Suo Mingzhang and the North Star Emperor, they immediately rushed forward and attacked Suo Mingzhang together. Yin Zhaoge and the others tried to observe the void's outskirts within the Tao universe, but it wasn't very convenient. The Sea of Flames was like an abyss. Rays of treasured lights fell into it and instantly disappeared without a trace. When the treasured lights, imbued with faith power, disappeared, the Immortal Court's experts' immortal splendor, immortal essence, and immortal aura also disappeared. It was as if nothing had ever happened and nothing had ever existed. Yin Zhaoge knew that those things actually existed. Suo Mingzhang didn't cultivate the peerless heavenly scripture or the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, those things that existed in the past had perished because of him, and they dissipated within the boundless void's outskirts. The only thing that could obstruct the Sea of Flames were the 6 starlights that seemed to be high up in the sky. Although the starlights were always present, they were disturbed by the Sea of Flames, causing their circulation to slow down. The vast Sea of Flames forcefully withstood the starlight suppression and chased towards the void's outskirts. In the end, the exalted Earth Luminary, Jiang Shun, and the exalted Concealed Luminary, Yang Su, weren't able to escape in time, and they were intercepted by Suo Mingzhang. 2 fiery lights descended. The 5 Chi's unifications within Jiang Shun's chest were broken, and Yang Su's 4 Chi's fused aura was also disintegrated. After severely injuring Jiang Shun and Yang Su, the Sea of Flames didn't go too far. It retracted itself and started sweeping towards the treasured lights imbued with faith power. Heavenly Lord Zhao and the others didn't retreat. Although Suo Mingzhang was strong after ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, it also meant that the immeasurable heavenly Lord was about to descend. As long as they could stall for a short moment, just as they were thinking about this, they saw a palm extending out from the Sea of Flames. The palm formed a circle and enveloped the void. It transformed into a fire net, which instantly surrounded the strongest treasured lights imbued with faith power. Those who were surrounded were shocked, while those who weren't surrounded subconsciously retreated. Then, another palm was faintly visible within the Sea of Flames, and it clenched the air. Along with this clench, within the boundless outskirts of the void that was filled with stars, many stars started flickering. These stars disappeared from the original universe and reappeared within the Sea of Flames. Then, they gathered at the center of the clenched hand. Every single one of them contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Every single one of them was so huge that a world couldn't contain them. But now, all of them gathered in Suo Mingzhang's hand. Then, they condensed continuously and turned into a shining halberd. The power that erupted from the collapse of a star was enough to terrify even immortals. At this moment, all of the stars were collapsing towards the center. It was extremely heavy and terrifying. Even if it was within the outskirts of the void, it still caused the nearby Tao universe to tremble. Then, the halberd landed on the fire net. Within the fire net, the Immortal Court's 4 heavenly immortals were working together to break through the fire net. However, the terrifying starlight extermination halberd had already landed on their heads. Without a sound, the treasured lights were extinguished. Chapter 1300. The heretic immortals knew that the immeasurable heavenly Lord would not sit idly by when Suo Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Suo Mingzhang was also aware of this. Thus, he had absolutely no intention of tangling with Emperor Zhao, Emperor Treasure Confinement, and the others. He directly attacked with his full strength, dealing them a destructive blow. After this blow, Suo Mingzhang didn't look at the result and immediately disappeared. The boundless sea of fire instantly disappeared into the endless void as if it had never been seen again. Similarly, the North Star Emperor's majestic starlight also vanished into the boundless void, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never appeared. In the gradually disappearing sea of fire, there seemed to be a tall figure standing tall. He turned around and looked towards the Tao universe. He vaguely found the Pill Hall and looked at the Tsanghua divine tree. Within the Pill Hall's universe, the Tsanghua divine tree's leaves swayed gently. Invisibly, there seemed to be the sound of wind chimes ringing, as if they were bidding farewell. In the sea of fire, the short-haired man smiled faintly. He turned around and left, disappearing along with the sea of fire. Although there were no signs of any changes, Yin Zhaoge and the others within the Tao universe knew that the immeasurable heavenly Lord had arrived. It seemed like there were no signs at all, but that was because the two of them were at completely different levels, and they were unable to observe or sense each other's existence. But Suan Mingzhang and Great Emperor Gaochen could. For Suan Mingzhang, this was the moment that could truly endanger him. His real battle had just begun. As for the group of heretic immortals that had descended into the Tao universe previously, they were currently wailing. Previously, the fiery net had trapped dozens of peak immortal court experts in one fell swoop. Other than Heavenly Lord Zhao, Treasure Confinement Heavenly Lord, Main Smallpox Emerald Cloud Yuan Lord, and Black Kill Heavenly Lord, almost all the heavenly monarchs that descended upon the Tao universe had fallen into the net. There were even some profound, immortal realm emperors of the immortal court. Then, under Suan Mingzhang's Galaxy Annihilation Halberd, the group of heretic immortals trapped in the fire net were all annihilated. The four heavenly venerables of the immortal court bore the brunt of the attack and died. This was the best explanation for Suan Mingzhang's previous words. In front of him, in the immortal court heretics, those below the heavenly Lord were indeed not worth mentioning. This heavenly Lord referred to the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Because Suan Mingzhang had focused on attacking the opponents with higher cultivation bases, some of the heretic immortals with lower cultivation bases were able to escape the calamity. They weren't enveloped by the fire net and didn't have to bear the destructive blow. However, just the aftermath of the impact was enough to make them totter. Some unlucky souls who were too close were directly killed by the aftershocks. The souls of those who were lucky enough to escape were shaking, and the celestial qi in their bodies was surging. Even though Suan Mingzhang and Emperor Gaochen had already left, they still had lingering fear in their hearts. The other party had clearly disappeared due to the arrival of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. They could also imagine the possibility of the immeasurable heavenly Lord pursuing the two heaven immortals of the orthodox Taoism. However, the surviving experts of the immortal court didn't feel complacent at all. Within the Tao universe, while Yin Zhaoge was praising Suan Mingzhang's achievements, he didn't lose his composure. He immediately said to the Sword Sovereign, "Yu Jinbei, Senior Master, let's do it." Although the immeasurable heavenly Lord came for Suan Mingzhang, the North Star Emperor had no choice but to temporarily hide. Although his attitude towards the immortal court wasn't as intense as the incongruence Divine Mother and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor was still cautious. He wouldn't trust the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court. As such, he had to temporarily hide and conceal himself. With that, the North Star Emperor couldn't pay attention to the world beyond worlds for a short period of time. In the past, when the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor fought, the North Star Emperor, who had a milder attitude, naturally won due to the interference of the immortal court. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others left the world beyond worlds and escaped. Although the North Star Emperor had always been hiding within the void's outskirts, he still asked about the details of the world beyond worlds. However, if there were any huge changes in the world beyond worlds, he would immediately notice it. Whether he would take action or not would depend on the situation. As such, no matter if it was Yin Zhaoge and the others, or the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, they could do some small things. However, if they wanted to do something big, they wouldn't succeed. Only under such a situation where the North Star Emperor was forced to escape, he wouldn't be able to notice any huge movements in the world beyond worlds. Even if he knew, with the threat of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, he wouldn't be able to act rashly within a short period of time. If he wanted to plan something, now was the only chance. Such a situation was what the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han hoped to see. He was also working hard for it. For Yin Zhaoge, it was also an opportunity. When the sea of flames disappeared, the North Ocean clone bowed towards the faraway flames. Then, he immediately descended and broke through space to search for the sky's wound. Then, he returned to the world beyond worlds. After descending to the world beyond worlds, he went to look for the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, who was guarding this place. However, after contacting him, the Astro Sovereign wasn't here. Instead, he went to the eastern Vast Heaven Territory's Broad Creed Mountain. Although the Shadow Devil was chased away by Suo Mingzhong and the North Star Emperor, his appearance still brought about a negative impact. He was a top-notch great devil equivalent to the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, he was one of the most ancient and powerful 12 devilish gods. The Shadow Devil didn't need to do anything special. He only needed to stop suppressing his devilish chi and release his aura. Fortunately, the North Star Emperor had been protecting the world beyond worlds, which prevented the Shadow Devil from harming the masses. However, those who were trapped by the devil were unavoidably affected. Other than the Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun and his mother were also affected. When Suo Mingzhong was still in the virtual immortal realm, he had created 3 protective talismans and gave them to Chun Xuanzong, Shi Jun, and Ing Yuzhen respectively. Thanks to the help of these 3 protective talismans, the 3 of them weren't controlled by the devilish intent within their bodies. The Astro Sovereign's cultivation was higher, and he could barely suppress it. However, Shi Jun and his mother were in a terrible situation. Although he wasn't sure why such a powerful devil like the Shadow Devil could sneak into the world beyond worlds, Chun Xuanzong immediately rushed to the Broad Creed Mountain the moment he noticed the Shadow Devil's presence. Under the Astro Sovereign's protection, the mutation of Shi Jun and the others was finally stabilized. Only, because of this, the Astro Sovereign couldn't be distracted. After knowing that everything was fine for now, Yin Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief. The North Ocean clone also returned to the Broad Creed Mountain located in the eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Then, he came to the back of the mountain and stomped down. At the same time, outside of the world beyond worlds, within the Tao universe, Yin Zhaoge's main body, who was within the pill hall, also formed a hand seal and softly yelled, "Rise!" Within the pill hall's cosmos, layers of talismans and formation patterns appeared and intersected within the dark void. Within the world beyond worlds, with the Broad Creed Mountain's back mountain as the center, layers of formation patterns also appeared. They instantly turned into a huge formation that covered the entire Broad Creed Mountain. Then, they started spreading towards the surroundings. Within the world beyond worlds, the mountains, rivers, and rivers that spanned billions of miles lit up with radiance.